Everybody, identify your buddy. Okay, I guess I should keep it pause. So, welcome back, everybody. Last time, we didn't do a summary, did we, Laurel?
We did not.
So, anyways, I guess I'll try to recap it as best as I can remember. You guys made it to the city, and were promptly told kind of a few major insights about the way that the politics of the city is run, including the fact that there are various pirate factions, including the Queen's faction, that sort of run the show around here. At one point it was kind of mentioned that this is kind of what Mostone might have been if it hadn't been incorporated into the kingdom of Tethier and hadn't had the powerful influence of a archdruid to kind of keep the peace and keep crime down. So the city is kind of a free-for-all run by bands of pirates who engage in trading and also in kind of darker, more illegal activities. And you guys made your way to the Frozen Rudder, where you encountered a number of people, including the two wizards that sort of were your point of contact for through Tarn at the Silvery Moon. And upon meeting them, you recognized Porter, who was an old friend of yours from your Mostone adventuring days at low levels, who had been the leader of Eagle Squad. When Eagle Squad all died, he left, and you hadn't heard from him for a long time, only to find out that he had made a run through the fighting pits in Mostone, having met Johoff at that time, before heading north and having success in various other fighting pits until he made his way all the way back to Luskin. In which he's been employed by these wizards, and you now know that. They gave you the clue that one of the ways to earn the attention of the Queen was to participate in these fighting pits, which is exactly what you guys did after running around the town, drinking all the ale that you could find, and being robbed by street urchins. And upon making your way to the pit, you guys decided to observe rather than fight, and watched a very ill-equipped party called the Band of Warriors get torn apart by two massive cyclopses, to the disappointment of the crowd, who wanted to see a little bit more of a lively fight. One of the members of this band tried to flee the arena and asked for mercy, and you guys joined in with the crowd chanting "Parlay," unknowingly signaling to the Queen of Luskin that you wanted her to execute this poor elf with her sword named Parlay. At that point, DeMarcus boldly claimed that your group would be willing to put on a show, and so you drunkenly stumbled into the arena and, well, started fighting these cyclopses, which has been good for some of you and less impressive for others of you. But you were able to defeat the Cyclopses without too much problem, and now they lay dead on the floor of the arena. Though the crowd seemed a little bit disappointed by how brutally you destroyed them, because now it seems that they cannot be brought back through conventional healing methods, and they will have to find new Cyclopses for their arena battles. And there you are, standing in front of the Queen, who has sort of recently demanded Quiznik start the second round of battle, since this one was rather one-sided. And some kind of mooks come out and drag the corpses of the Cyclopses back behind the gate and out of the way. And
Wisnick was always on her side.
We have like a second to do something.
Yeah, I would say you've basically got 1 minute before the next fight starts.
DeMarcus heals himself with his healing pool for 7. I think I was at 39. I already did the math on it.
Oh, okay. So you're full health now. And Isolde is just standing there, her spirit guardian still floating around, kind of in anticipation. And the crowd is kind of stopped clapping, and now they're kind of eagerly awaiting the next round. Is there anything you guys would like to do in this brief bit of downtime?
Can we ready attacks or not really?
Not quite, no.
Okay.
If you want to cast, like, ready to cast a buff once the gate opens, you are welcome to do that, but I'm not gonna, like, let you guys get a surprise round on that.
Yeah.
How many spells were used in the last combat for me, if any?
I would say none. I think I turned you into a creature and had you attack.
Alright, I will heal, burning a 2nd level spell slot then.
Okay. Any of you do anything else?
I'm looking. Hang on a second.
Droff is staring kind of off into space, like he's looking like he's seen a ghost.
I have warding bond on DeMarcus, correct?
Yeah, what does that do again?
Gives you +1
Okay.
C in saving throws and halves all your damage, and I take the other half.
Okay.
And that lasts an hour, so that's. I think I'm good. I was considering aid, but I think I will wait.
It looks like I healed back up to 49 on my character sheet. Or did that roll go through? I don't see it. Hold on.
Oh, the problem was that the wild shape wasn't linked. It is now, so it should be good. It looks full now.
Okay.
Could we freely move to reposition ourselves before the next round?
Yeah. You guys are like getting ready for a fight.
So, quick question: that sword that is part of the backdrop that's in front of Damon, is that in play? That little object?
Nope.
Okay, bummer.
It's a broken, rusty sword. I guess I will allow if you want to do something with a broken, rusty sword, perhaps?
I do, actually, but I'm just going to go right to, let's say, here, and we'll wait and see. Roughly how much does the broken, rusty sword weigh?
I don't know. What's a sword normally weigh? And then cut that in half.
Weight of ordinary sword. According to real life, the average weight of any one of normal size is between 2.5 to 3.5 pounds. Even
So
the big hand swords are 5 pounds.
sword.
Got it. Thank you. That'll work.
Okay.
Taryn just kind of moves to the back.
Okay. You guys can literally
Marcus
move
watches
to wherever
Taryn
you
move
want.
to the back and sees Johoff wandering around back there aimlessly, and looks at Johoff and says, "Sober up. Your wagon deserved better."
And I'm fighting angry, huh?
Yeah, Joab kind of glares at you and then walks up to join you guys.
And
Morty does too.
Is there any way I can tell whether anything ever comes out of this drain in the floor? Or is that just for, like, bodily fluids that need to be cleaned up?
you don't know for sure, but there are bodily fluids draining into it, so.
Oh, hey, Taryn, do you need to be healed?
That would be great.
Why don't you come join this bubble for a second, and I will cure wounds you.
I'm at 29 or 26 of 65, so.
Damn. Okay. I will do. Work. Guys, I forgot how to play D&D.
It's alright, I needed to read these monster stat blocks anyway.
And that's plus an additional 3, so that's 13. I'll do it one more time.
I'll add the 3. I'm at 39 out of 65 then. And that's probably fine, to be honest, because like now that we're in formation, I probably won't get hit that much.
Okay.
I mean, if
We'll
you
play
want to
the
save
rest by
spell
ear then.
slots.
Yeah, I do. I'm not sure how many rounds this is going to go.
Okay.
All right. I'll look at all of my team members and just kind of give a nod to make sure everyone's ready.
Marcus looks back at Johoff and sees that like Taryn and Missile are hanging out back there, as though the threat would only come from one direction. And he says to Johoff, "If anything comes from behind us, run over to Taryn and Missile."
Yeah, right. You got it.
And sort of as you guys say that, does Damon have his flaming sword out? Is that still the case?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you look up and see the queen, who is sort of now drinking out of a very fancy jewel-encrusted goblet, and she seems a little bit bored, waiting way too long for this fight to start. And finally, Quiznik sort of gets on the magical stone that he's speaking into that's amplifying his voice, and he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. The next fight has more heads than we could count. And, well,
Okay.
stand back." And as the gate opens up, immediately, like coming through the dark opening, are a number of snaked heads, which kind of emerge before the rest of the body does, and a giant hydra appears. Each one of its heads sort of like snipping and snapping towards Damon with his flaming sword. And it kind of approaches, and the rest of you all start to kind of brace yourselves before kind of squeezing in behind it. Another figure with multiple heads appears, this time a chimera. A lion head, a goat's head, and a dragon head atop a very large winged body. And they collectively let out a roar from their, I think, 8 heads and 2 bodies. And the fight begins. The crowd roars. Let me roll for initiative.
Jesus Christ.
Oh shit, we were still in initiative. Okay. Let me change music.
Is there any way that I could roll like I don't know, like a history check or something like that to know if I've ever heard stories about hydras? Is this all new?
I will give one of you a chance. You can pick who wants to roll for history on hydras.
Missile.
I think if it's
Missile, you're initiative.
yeah.
Thanks.
So I would have an advantage if it were a magic object. Let me see what my history is ordinarily. Sorry. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it should still turn out pretty good here. It turned out pretty good.
Okay, yeah, with a 26, Missile, you are remembering the history of hydras, and I will have your character know key aspects about their weaknesses, but I will have it come to you in the second round of combat.
Interesting. Okay. So Missile stands up from sitting cross-legged and kind of like rubs his filthy chin and ponders about what he's read from these creatures.
Yeah. So the way this works is they come out and sit still, and then basically combat starts. So I will let you know that they've essentially reared back waiting for you, and so like anybody that comes within reach, they will hit with a saved action. So I just wanted to clarify that because you guys have the advantage of having been in the pit initially, and kind of just if you come and beat the shit out of them out of the gate, it will be very, very easy. So, combat begins. Damon, you're up first.
Damon casts haste on himself and then charges forward to attack the Hydra.
Fucking go for it.
And I think that's going to be my turn as I brace for whatever retaliation is coming.
Okay. So, he saved his reaction to attack. Though I don't know if he can attack with all of his heads. Probably... Nah, I'll just give you one head. I think that's more fair. Yeah. So, here's one attack. So, he bites at you. AC 26. Are you shielding that?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so I will undo that. Make sure your temp HP is where it needs to be, because I can't tell from here. And that is its turn, so it reaches out to bite at you after you swing and miss, and you deflect it with your magical shield. And it is Missile's turn.
Alright, so first thing we'll do is have our friend Morty fire off Force Ballista at the Hydra. Nice. Okay, that did some damage. And
Damn.
then what Missile is going to do... Yeah, Morty's big and strong these days, man. He's been eating his Wheaties. I'm going to try to cast Shatter at 3rd level. Consume a slot. Yeah, okay. And I'm going to try to hit both of them by placing it right about here.
Nice.
So what Missile does is he, like, puts, like, a piece of glass into the end of his arcane firearm and fires it, and whenever it hits one of them, it erupts into this, like a 1,000 windows breaking all at once.
Jeez. Yeah. So the explosion hits this Hydra and the Chimera. Wait, did you hit both of them with that firearm just now?
I might have. Sorry.
And does firearm work on every spell?
If I shoot it out of my...
Oh, that's right.
I think all of my spells come out of my firearm.
Yeah, that sounds right. So you want to do the extra damage to the... Though, does firearm work on... Yeah, okay, I'll allow it. But which one do you want to hit more with the
Let's worry most about the Hydra. Just
actually, I think it would hit both. I think Arcane Firearm adds it to both. So I'll just leave it, and then you can look it up and let me know if we need to undo the damage. But it's only 4 damage, so it's not a big deal. So, you start off the gate. Morty is like already set up in turret mode and unloads, hits the Hydra hard, and you shatter, hitting both of them. It's Terran's turn.
Alright, well. Terran's not going to try to get too fancy off the bat, and is just going to shoot the Hydra with sorry, it's not loading. With a chromatic orb.
Okay. Wait,
Why
why did that not go?
I don't know. Oh, I just hit attack roll instead of cast
Yeah.
the spell.
Cast the spell next time.
Yep. Oh, it's not loaded. There we go.
Boom.
Yeah, that's the. Then I'm gonna take a couple steps back.
Okay. Bosner, you're up.
Awesome. So I'm going to go up to the Hydra first.
Okay.
Take whatever punishment that will come to me.
Yep, it's gonna bite you.
And could I grapple the heads? with my
There's
claws?
so many of them, but you could try.
Right.
And
So I
he
guess
bites
with-
you back, by the way.
Okay. So I get a multi-attack, so I get claw, tail, right?
That sounds right.
Right. Just roll that. So, first claw. Second claw. And then, I guess I'll give it a sting. Miss. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. With that one claw that hit, could I try and grapple one of the heads, or no?
Yeah, go for it. I would have to roll something for that.
Would it be a contested?
Yeah, I think I have to just roll a strength save on the Hydra.
Okay.
I mean, unless, does it say
Okay.
something in the claw? Yeah, it says DC 12 escape in the attack.
Okay.
So, yeah, he makes the strength save.
Okay.
DeMarcus, you're up.
Okay, seeing that there seems to be a lot of attention that the Hydra will deal with, DeMarcus is actually going to run up this way to the Chimera and okay, and then attack the Chimera with the old bolt.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm still concentrating on Hunter's Mark, so I'll deal that damage really quick.
Oh,
Or is it timed at like a minute or something? Are we past that? It's 1 hour, I guess.
it lasts an hour, but you have to use a bonus action to reapply it, but I'll allow it. It's not a big deal.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, use a bonus action to mark a new creature. Okay.
So I don't know if there's a fall off
let's
time
see.
in between that or whatever. Like if you spend 10
Okay.
minutes
Well, could
not doing
we? Oh, I see. That's the question. Okay. Yeah, that's up to you. Whatever you want to do with it.
I feel like you should have to recast it.
Okay.
Because it feels weird, like the thing that you hunters marked originally is
I hear
dead
that.
and not in the room.
Yeah, I hear. Let's see. So that means I'm not concentrating on anything. So there's maybe a open universe of options here. I don't know what I would want to do instead, so I think I'll probably just save it rather than make a mistake. So yeah, I'll just attack it again then. And I think on that one, I will put a first level smite.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Oh shit, sorry, now I'm thinking too much since I got a spell slot without concentration free. You know what? I think I'll use my bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark now on the Chimera.
Okay. So it won't retroactively apply that damage, but
Yeah, correct. And then I could still use Divine Smite because it doesn't take a bonus action, right? On my last attack.
yeah, oh yeah, it's
I want-
just something you add if you want to use the spell slot.
All right. Yeah, we'll do that. All right, that's all I got.
Okay. And Johoff, it's your turn. Oh, the Chimera was going to attack you. Sorry.
Oh, right. Okay.
As you came into its range, all of its heads turned towards you. So
AC is 19 right now, even though my character sheet says 18.
so far, it's hit on all three, anyways. So as you come in and engage and fight with this thing, it hits back with all of its heads, slamming you, biting you, and clawing you.
Got it. Oh, yeah, I guess, Izzy, do we have to do the warding bond thing, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Alright.
Just total up
We got a
the
lot.
check.
I'll let you guys handle that shit.
Okay.
Johoff, you're up.
Yeah, so Johoff was still kind of looking dazed, but then he watched Marcus just get, like, slammed by that thing, and it kind of seems like it snaps him out a little bit, and he's goes, fuck, and runs forward. Let's see. Okay. That'll be 30. Collides with a wall? Why is it telling me I'm colliding with a wall to go here?
Because there might be a rock there.
Oh, it's like too big of a rock for me to run up on?
If you want to run up on top of the rock, I will allow it. But I will have to move you there.
Okay, yeah, if you don't mind. Because I don't really want to get too close to the Hydra.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Now I'll see if it lets you attack through the rock. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, let's give it a try. It's just like last week. Feels good.
A little too drunk or not drunk enough? Not sure.
I'm gonna go with not drunk enough.
Ooh, and a 1 for damage on the one hit you got.
Yeah.
There we go.
Alright, and then my disengage and 30 feet kind of basically goes straight back to where I was. Oh, can you move me back there? I can't move off the rock.
Right.
Thanks. Alright, that's it for me.
Got it. Woof. Alright. Don't let your monsters go last. That's what we found out. Okay, so here's the thing that I should have been, like, seriously paying attention to, because this is going to be a hard fucking math problem. I have to figure out how many heads it lost and how many heads it grows back. So... okay, so it looks like it lost 2 of its heads in that exchange. It was not hit by Damon, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so it still has 3 of its heads, which it is going to use to attack Vosner. So the Hydra lashes out, biting at the scorpion form of Vosner, and he starts like kind of ripping apart his scorpion carapace. But Vosner holds on and does not die. The Hydra, out of his the little nubs of the decapitated serpent heads, start to sprout new little serpent heads. And it regenerates some of its health. And it now has 7 heads. I'm gonna put 7 in terms of feet above it so I can keep track of this shit. And it is... whose turn? The Chimera's turn. The Chimera is going to go all out on DeMarcus. Biting, clawing, and using his fire breath.
Shit.
And roll a Constitution saving throw to see if your concentration drops. Yeah, I'm gonna say you keep your concentration, but half of that damage goes to Isolde. Does the warding bond work for the fire breath, or no?
He has resistance to all damage.
Okay, so DeMarcus gains 21 health back. I can do that.
Okay.
And Isolde takes 21. And Isolde, can you make 2 Constitution saving throws for your Spirit Guardians now?
Yep. What did we say? That was 21?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Constitution saving throws.
I think you have advantage because of Warcaster?
I do. It's not letting me click on it on the character sheet though. Oh. New stuff.
Okay. So, that was for the first one and that was for the second one, so I will just say that those succeed even though we didn't do the advantage thing. So, you maintain concentration on your spells. And it is Isolde's turn.
Okay. Does that change things? Alright, I don't think so. I'm going to cast Sacred Flame, which is a cantrip, on the Chimera. And I'm going to use a bonus action spell. Cast Spiritual Weapon. Sacred Flame. A critted cantrip, so nice. And then bonus action Spiritual Weapon I'm going to cast at 3rd level. So, where are you, Spiritual Weapon? Does a lot of extra damage.
Is that concentration?
It is going to stay right in between the Hydra and the Chimera.
Okay, but that's concentration, right? The spiritual weapon?
No. Nope.
Oh, what the fuck?
At least it doesn't say that it is on D&D Beyond. Does it last for the duration or until you cast this spell again?
Oh, weird. Oh, no, it's not concentration. Very strange. Somebody pointed out online that there's like a place where it says it is and a place where it says it's not, and Jeremy Crawford says it's not. All hail Jeremy Crawford, god of Dungeons & Dragons. Okay, so you summoned it and you swung at the Chimera, hitting it for 14 damage.
And so the Spectral Hammer is floating 2 spaces to the right of DeMarcus, right in that kind of
Yeah, you have access
intersection
to that, don't you?
of Chimera and
Maybe you
Hydra.
can control that.
Oh, do I?
I don't know, maybe not.
It's placed.
Yeah, I just placed it.
Okay.
Anyways. So, yeah. Okay. Damon, you are up.
I think I haven't used this in a while because I maybe misunderstood it, but so Green Flame Blade if I use that on the Hydra, it takes like the normal damage from my melee attack, right?
Yes.
All right.
And
I'm
the
gonna do that
Chimera
for my
will
first
take the
attack.
fire damage.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that for my first attack.
Okay. Oh, and he crits.
Damn.
Oh, wait. Okay, so the way you're supposed to do it for...
Is that I make a melee attack against it as part of the action?
Yeah. You make a melee attack against the Hydra. So let me undo that damage. Make a regular melee attack against the Hydra, and if it hits, then do the green flame blade against the... Yeah, okay. So you hit for 17 damage on the Hydra, and then well, I'm just going to give you that crit 12 damage on the... Or not.
Oh,
You got it.
okay.
Whatever. So you do 2 damage. So your flaming sword grows with green flame and hits the Hydra, which roars in anger, and then it flies. Some fire flies off and hits the Chimera as well.
And then I will attack the Hydra one more time.
Got it. And you swing and cut off a second head. Or I guess a first head. It now has 6 remaining heads.
And that is my turn.
Okay. Missile. At the start of this turn, you recall that a Hydra is defeated or cannot regenerate a head if it has taken fire damage. And you notice that the wounds of the cauterized necks are preventing little snake heads from emerging from them.
Excellent. So Missile says, "Everyone, follow Damon's example and deal fire damage." And then, let's see here. So Morty's gonna move, because Morty's a proper badass, to there. And he's gonna take a shot at the Chimera.
And he crits!
Dude, Morty is MVP! My goodness!
Yeah.
So I see 3 heads on the Chimera, so Morty waits for them all to kind of line up from his angle, and he fires the ballista through boom, 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 all 3 heads. Man. And Missile sits down and admires his work. No,
Do any of us need to be here, or can we just have Morty against the world?
we're gonna be upset when I detonate him one day.
Oh god.
Quick question. If I were to cast Web at Hydra, would it kind of hold all of their heads together? Its heads together?
Nope.
Okay.
Just gonna say, you could restrain the whole beast as a whole, but you're not going to eliminate its propensity or its ability to attack.
Got it.
That's a level 1 spell. I'm not gonna let you take out a CR whatever monster with it.
Fair enough. In that case,
Just hold the heads together so Damon can behead them all in one swing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, man. Yeah,
It's already looking like that.
Like a stalk of celery, just cutting it all at once.
That's what I get for
I'm
not
gonna
attacking Damon 5 times on the first turn.
Let's do. I'm gonna cast Scorching Ray at 3rd level on the Hydra. So this should be 4 shots. That's 1. Okay, hang on. This is gonna take a second. Let's do it again. Don't consume the slot. That's 2. Let's get this over with. 3 incoming.
Oh, no. Yeah, it's all fire damage.
Oh, with a crit!
What the shit?
And just for good measure, bam.
God, you guys better hope there's only 2 rounds.
Really suck if there's a 3rd round everyone had told us about.
Yep.
Multiple
Be
times.
finishing with just daggers, all surrounding monsters with daggers.
And that's the turn there. I don't know how many heads came off there. It would be sick if they like blew off half
Yeah,
of it.
so you did how much damage? 24, 34, 37? Plus, oh no, yeah, it's just 37. Yeah, it loses another head.
Nice.
Just shoot it off with one of your scorching rays.
Yeah, you do. One of the scorching rays, the one that crit, just blows off the head of the Hydra, and the whole crowd kind of like explodes in laughter and cheer and groaning as it just like spews blood all over the pit. And it is Terran's turn.
He kind of feels like we've got this in hand, so he's just gonna chuck a ray of frost at it.
Okay.
Not see if we can. Holy shit!
Whoa.
Yes.
What the fuck is that damage?
Oh, it had +5 twice, and then it should only be once.
Oh.
So it should be.
But it is
16
still
damage.
2d8 because
Or-
you're leveled up cantrip?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it should be what? 16. Yeah.
I'll just add 5 back. Okay.
I will fix that.
Yeah, no worries. Bosner, you're up.
Awesome. How many heads are left on this beastie beast?
Oh, there are 5 heads remaining.
Okay. I'm going to try and grapple them the best I can with X. Pretty claw.
Oh my god.
Nice.
You guys are fucking killing it today.
Alright, grab one head. Or, well, you have to make the strength save for that. And then next one. Grab another head. And then I will stab one of the heads with my stinger. It'll have to also make a Constitution saving throw for this point. If I ever hit it.
You missed it.
Yep. So it needs to make 2 strength saves, DC 12, I think.
Oh. So, I'll say you've pinned one of the heads, and you didn't cut off another... Wait, no, you did 20... Yeah, you didn't cut off another head, but you have one of the heads pinned, and I'll do another strength save. Yeah, so you've grabbed one of the heads, so we'll say for the sake of its turn, it could attack with 4 heads, though I don't think it will make it to its turn.
Nice. And bonus action heal. At a second level, or just 1, I guess we'll do. That's it. That's all I can do.
Okay. And that is your turn. DeMarcus, you're up.
Alright. I'm gonna run over to the Hydra. And I will use my bonus action first to target it with Hunter's Mark. And I'm gonna swing. Oh, hello. Does that drain? Does it have any HP left, John? Or is it the...
No, you slay it. How do you want to kill this thing?
So let's see. What I would do is, since it's kind of like occupied with the Scorpion and with Damon, and DeMarcus can't make any sense of, what's going on with the heads, Marcus would like go like up onto its back basically, and then just bring down his maul like on the spine of the Hydra, like the central spot that he can find, and just try to like break its back.
Yeah. So you kind of like climb up behind it and bring your mole down and crush its spine, and all of its heads sort of go limp and hit the ground. And there's this like loud thud as like the remaining cauterized like squirming heads go still, and the room is dead quiet.
I sing and like make sure that it's stabilized but not dead.
You get the feeling that it is unconscious and badly injured, but you do not know whether or not it is dead.
I mean, I'll try since it's a cantrip just to be safe, because yeah, that was the etiquette of the ring, right? Was to try and leave stuff unconscious but not dead.
There's kind of a mixed etiquette.
I was told there's no rules.
Yeah.
You know, she's gonna try anyway.
Okay, what are you doing?
I'm just casting the cantrip Spare the Dying. It just makes sure that it doesn't like bleed out or anything. It just stabilizes it.
Okay.
Stabilizes at 0 hit points.
Do you have that prepared?
Yeah, it's constantly prepared. It's one of my 4 cantrips.
Oh, I don't know how cantrips work for you. Okay. So yeah, you cast Spare the Dying on the corpse of this thing, and you can tell that it is in a state of stasis. And the whole arena has kind of turned its attention from you guys, kind of hovering around the corpse of these 2 defeated monsters, and they're all looking to the queen now. Oh yeah.
Damon would have just looked up at Quiznik and said, "I kept track for you. There were 12 heads."
And he's sort of like frantically looking through his sheet, looking like he's got shit he's planning, like he's got to like organize the next round, and he looks down and he goes, "Oh, all right, thank you very much." And he kind of speaks into his stone. Another victory for the great Boar Squad. And he goes back to talking to like administrative people.
Taryn kind of cracks his back. Kind of like twists.
Yeah. You guys doing anything crowd-wise?
I'm just looking up at the queen.
Yeah, she's
Getting some insight there.
slowly standing to her feet, and she puts down her wine goblet and claps, and the rest of the arena starts clapping as well in response to her starting. And then
I'll do a little bow.
she kind of nods her head to you, and then sits back down and turns to Quiznik, seemingly waiting for him to carry on the next round. And
Taryn's gonna surreptitiously glance over his shoulder at Gilgamesh, and is there anything noteworthy going on over there?
you look back at Gilgamesh, and he is staring right at you.
I kind of like, if we like make eye contact, because just kind of like nod to him and then turn back to the fray.
Spooky.
He doesn't nod back, but he doesn't break his stare.
Joe Hoff is gonna.
Vosner,
Oh, go ahead.
I said Vosner will, as a giant scorpion, try and pump up the crowd.
You start like doing claw grips in the air or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you do it, there's a big hearty chuckle out of the top right of the arena, as you hear somebody go, "You see that scorpion? He's cheering us on."
Perfect. That's perfect.
Joe Off is
Marcus
gonna.
Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Joe Off is gonna look down at his hands, which have a bunch of blood on them from the chimera, and he's gonna kind of go, "Oh fuck me!" And he's gonna get down on his knees and use like the sand and dirt on the floor to rub the blood off his hands.
Marcus isn't really paying attention to anything. He's like literally just pacing back and forth, breathing heavily and praying. And I just healed myself. I have 1 healing point left in the pool.
Gotcha. Okay. Any of you doing anything else with the crowd or the room or anything?
I'm gonna take a greater healing potion.
Okay.
That's it.
This time, there's a bit of a longer delay between the arena sort of you get the feeling that maybe whatever they had planned, they're rapidly changing their plans. Like maybe they're like calling somebody up or trying to like figure out where the next thing is, and you hear like murmurs like, where the hell is the next round? And you can look up and you see the queen getting more and more agitated and more bored as the time continues on. And yeah.
DeMarcus is going to move to the back and sort of like kneel down in prayer, but before he does, he's going to look at Taryn and at Missile and say, "You can spare any spells to entertain the queen with some target practice, like your cantrips. I'd advise it."
I'm trying to think of a way for Missile to interpret that and not get us killed.
Right.
Let me see.
To be honest with you, he would probably say it to Taryn, not you.
Fair enough.
Straight up doesn't trust you.
Taryn kind of nods and starts to like think over what he could do. But he doesn't do anything right away.
Not a very entertaining group.
We're here to
We had
fight,
a
man.
bard.
Yeah.
I don't have any cantrips. I got a hammer, and that's about it.
I
Yes.
traded away all of my fun cantrips as part of his character arc of being brought down to earth. So it's just like battle cantrips.
In the meantime, overhearing DeMarcus, Missile pulls out 50 feet of hempen rope from his bag of holding and casts Mage Hand, and just like in front of the queen and elevated, he ties the rope into very elaborate and exotic knots, and he looks like this is amazing and super entertaining, and he's really proud of himself.
Lots of sailor type knots.
Yeah.
Little
Whatever knot you want. Missile studied some knots. He can tie it.
While DeMarcus is kind of like chilling out and praying, he would do a divine sense right now. Just see what's going on out there.
Wow. Okay. So, can you send it to the chat so I can read it?
Yeah.
I'm sure I don't.
Let's see if it actually doesn't.
I think the point of it is, as we've said I think a few times, that it used to be detect literal good and evil, and then it changed it so that it's just like detect things that are associated with it, so like demons, fae, whatever.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Could
just
be
yeah, hang on a second. The handbook is, as an action, you can open your awareness to detect such forces. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet of you, but it has to not be behind total cover, so.
Yeah, so you don't detect any fiends or celestial. If you're just trying to get a feel for like the good and evil vibe in the room. It's a fucking, like, just mess of morally gray, like, evil characters, good characters, mixtures, all around you. Like, you've never felt more unsure of who's who and what their true allegiances are. Huzzah. Missile teaches an ethics class. Oh, here's Canon apparently does.
That's excellent.
So, oh fuck. Anyways. So, as you guys are kind of standing around, I don't know why it keeps doing this. Anyways, sorry. Waiting for the next round, Isolde, your Spirit Guardians falls off. And you finally hear people in the arena start talking to one another outside of the arena, and there's kind of whispers about. It almost sounds like they're talking about somebody having just shown up. Does anybody want to be the perceptive one in the group?
Am I the most perceptive one?
Maybe.
I don't know. By the way, my spirit weapon would also go down then, because it was only a minute.
Damon's token go.
Damon.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I've been having a number of problems with selecting things and deselecting them. So I think I accidentally made him go invisible. Yeah, Laurel,
Ew.
all you hear is whisper, 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 and then the word Mythgoth.
Mythgoth.
Yeah,
Does that mean anything to me?
does not mean anything to you.
I will walk over to Missile and whisper to him, have you ever heard of a thing or a person called a Mythgoth?
What would I roll for that?
History.
I'm not sure what Missile would know.
Did you roll history?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do that. Oof.
This is outside of your expertise, you don't know.
Yeah. He kind of shrugs.
And, the, Quiznik sort of, quickly rushes to the, podium again, and, he looks very pleased with himself. And, he says, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat. In lieu of, putting another sad set of monsters in front of you and having them torn apart by, well, Boar Squad here, we, have a legend who has come to the pits and graced us with his presence. Please put your hands together for Mythgoth. And the whole room explodes in cheering. And,
DeMarcus looks up at the queen to see what her reaction is.
she looks very happy. She's got like a grin from ear to ear. Like, finally, something exciting is gonna happen. And, Quiznik sort of comes to the podium and says, if I could ask Bear Squad to, stand back from the gate a little bit. That includes the giant scorpion. And the gate opens, and out of the gate steps a figure in a cloaked hood. And behind that figure, walking slowly and calmly out into the pit, is a man in very shiny, very fancy black armor. He has a very small cat, which is covered in scars, that is weaving in and out of his feet. And he kind of walks as though he doesn't even notice the cat. Like, the cat is so elegantly weaving between his feet that he doesn't even need to, like, alter his stride. And the cat looks at Damon and hisses. And Mythgoth turns to the queen and bows. And the queen nods kind of deeper at him as a sign of respect. And the figure in the cloak kind of stands back and draws their bow. And Mythgoth walks towards Damon and looks him over and says, "And who are you?"
I am model 726, but you may call me Damon.
"Hello, Damon. May more blessings be put on the next model." And he turns to the rest of you and says, "I salute you in your death." And he walks back. The cat, seemingly following, still underneath his feet. And he draws his glaive and sort of looks at the rest of you hesitantly. Or not hesitantly, like expectantly. And sorry, when he's at this point, let's see who's all within 30 feet. DeMarcus, Damon, and the Scorpion, Vosner. I need you to make... Well, I can target you, sorry. When he says that to you, a wave of panicked energy flows over you, and DeMarcus, you have the most overwhelming sense of dread that you've felt since you've been in the Abyss. And you have the frightened condition.
Okay.
And the fight is about to start, and you guys are essentially rolling for initiative. Everybody's selected.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
DeMarcus, does he benefit from his own aura?
I think we have it set up that it automatically computes it. Is that right, John?
Okay.
For
Yeah,
me,
I
but not
believe
for
so.
others around me.
Okay.
Whoops.
Oh. Shoot. Do you want me to roll as Vosner or the giant scorpion? We both have initiative of 0.
Yeah, it's fine. I will remove Vosner from the thing because it keeps like going back to that square, and we'll just keep it on the giant scorpion for now.
Okay.
And missiles cannon I will also remove. Yeah, I keep forgetting to do that. Okay, so here's what happens.
One more question.
Yes.
Alright. Has it been an hour since our first fight started?
I'd say no. Max of like a half hour.
Okay.
And, okay. So, right as the battle starts, the cat, which was weaving in between Mythgoth's feet, begins to transform. and Mythgoth standing right over it. Kind of stands in between, so with the cat between his legs, the cat transforms and grows rapidly into a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
No
which
fucking way.
Mythgoth is now riding on top of.
Holy shit.
That's amazing.
And the fight
Karen loves
begins.
dinosaurs.
You know, I've always wanted to do that.
It's coming.
Joe Hoff.
Let's get this one. Okay. Taryn, it is your turn.
Alright, let's get this battle started, right? Gonna throw a little ice storm up here.
Oh, what the fuck? I don't think it's supposed to be 4d65.
That should not be right. That's not right. I tried to add in the extra +5.
Yeah, you need to
I
put a
might have
plus instead of...
I thought I did. It might not have actually happened. Yep, nope, it's just 4d6 add ability modifier. Alright, the plus is there now.
Oh, dinosaur nerd.
I'm gonna try it again.
That was like the third grade equivalent of like, no, my attack does 1 billion damage. Okay,
I love
yeah, the ice storm hits and creates a thing of fire, or what's this other template for? What was that? What's the big red template? Did I do it?
That's his blackguard like aura.
Oh, yeah.
That's my turn. Shit,
Okay.
that's a terrible roll.
Okay. Up next is Mythgoth, who, riding on his mount, I'm going to put them going at the exact same time, comes forward. The mount attacks Damon with a bite, hitting with a 25. Do you deflect?
I do.
Yeah. And then keeps moving past Damon and swings at Joe Hoff with his tail. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to attack both, but it missed both, so we're good. Mythgoth, while on top of his T-Rex, knowing that Damon's shield is up, directs his attack towards Joe Hoff, swinging down from atop the Tyrannosaurus Rex. And swings 3 times from atop the dinosaur and only hits once. Damon, you're up.
Damon is going to Misty Step towards the archer.
Okay.
Yeah, that's default terrain, by the way.
What was that?
The circle there is default terrain, just for anybody.
Yeah.
Oh, right on. And then I'll just swing at this guy.
Cool. You swing and miss.
And that is it.
Okay. Isolde, you're up. Oh, hold on. To make sure I'm doing this dreadful aspect thing right. A blackguard exudes magical essence. Each enemy within 30 feet of the blackguard must blah 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 blah. If a frightened target ends its turn. Oh wait, never mind. So I think it's already done. I don't think it's like a continuation thing. So keep going. Sorry, Isolde, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to cast Bane on the T-Rex, Mythgoth, and the hooded figure.
Bane. Okay.
Yeah.
So they have minus 1d4 to all
I'm
their
gonna, I have
attacks.
to roll it. Oh, they have to make saving throws.
Oh, what's the saving
Target
throw?
everyone and roll it.
Okay. They all fail.
Oh, yeah. They have to subtract a d4 from any attack or saving throw that they make.
Okay, I will remember that. Or try to. Remind me if I forget. Do you do anything
I
else?
will remind you. Yeah, I'm gonna move away from this thing.
Gotcha.
10, 15, 20, 25. I'll stay here. Yeah, that's it for me.
Okay, one sec.
I'll just say when she does that, she kind of pulls her hand across the blade of her axe. Create the material components for the spell.
Okay. So, the archer goes next. Or wait, Johoff's next. Johoff, you're up.
Happened to poor Joe. So how large is this cat?
It's
Like,
huge,
can I-
and so you
I
can't attack
reach
Mythgoth because he's using a weapon with reach.
Oh, okay. But so I can only get to the cat.
Correct.
Well, I'm gonna punch the cat.
Go for it. And punch you do.
Yeah, and then I'm going to also move away. Because
Okay.
that dude hits like a train.
Accurate.
Yeah, I'm gonna move over this way. And I'm done.
Okay. The archer uses Misty Step. I don't know why it made me target something, but I Misty Step away. Is Misty 30? Yeah, 30. And then moves an additional 35, and actually she can move 40, and attacks Missile with her bow.
Rude. Yeah, okay, we'll take it.
Shit.
Yeah. So she shoots 2 arrows into Missile, and then yeah, she doesn't have a bonus action. Okay, and that is her turn. Missile, you're up.
Alrighty. Let's run and hide, as is custom. Hang on, let me do some measuring here. Alright, so I'm gonna go, whoops, sorry. Here. Excellent. And then Morty is going to retaliate against the archer. Eat it.
Boom.
And she's moved back 5 feet if she could. I guess she can't. It would be cool if she was impaled on that spike, but you know.
I'm gonna have her do an acrobatics check, and if it's critical fail, then she will get fucked up.
Nice.
Sick.
Oh, critical success. She gets knocked back, and then like elegantly lands on top of the spike, like a Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon movie.
Missile is unimpressed. So and then I have to do this. I simply can't resist. I'm gonna cast Reduce on our T-Rex friend.
Oh shit!
Oh, it's it. It needs its
Damn.
minus 1d4.
Oh.
That is correct.
I don't think it'll matter. But...
No, if it does, my spell save is 19.
Good.
So if it gets a 4, oh,
No! Oh my god. Yeah.
sad.
That could
Well,
have been pretty
that's
epic.
all we got.
Okay. DeMarcus, you are frightened, and that means you have disadvantage on all attacks against the target.
Sure do. So I can go two very different directions with what's happening here. And so I think. So could I hit him right now? Like, I know I have disadvantage on the attack roll,
You
but like
can't.
just physically
You
with
can't
him on.
hit him
Okay.
up there. Yeah, he is too high up.
Oh, I can't hit him. Okay. Shit. In that case, I'm afeared. I don't know what's happening, and I'm scared
So,
and confused.
There's
So,
one
go
thing
ahead,
you
sorry.
can do is if you end your turn 30 feet away from him, you can repeat the saving throw, seeing if you can get rid of the effect.
Okay. Alright, so in that case, what I'm gonna do is. Alright. We'll see if this was a good idea in 20 minutes. I'm going to cast with my last first level slot Protection from Evil and Good on myself. Oh my god, I have to have fucking something targeted. The targeting thing is wacky for me. I don't know if it's my end or what. But I'll just manually make sure that I remove that. So what it's going to do is give me creatures of those types have disadvantage on attack rolls against me. The target, me, also can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them. If I'm already charmed, frightened, or possessed, I have advantage on saving throws against the relevant effect.
Okay.
So I'm going
Can you just
to
cast that
then
spell?
I'm sorry, go ahead, John.
Can you cast that spell? Can you target yourself and click cast so I can read the stuff?
Yeah, I'm trying. It's how do I target myself?
Hold Alt and click
don't know how
on
to
your
do that.
own character.
Yeah, like I would do it with somebody else. It's okay. I got that. And no, I haven't done it this way before. Yeah, it still gives me like an error message and says you must target a token before rolling the
Yeah,
attack.
because you're
even though
not.
I'm
You haven't
definitely
targeted
targeting.
yourself. You have to hold Alt and do a left click on your character portrait on the token, like you do when you do an attack.
Yeah, I promise I'm doing that.
Do you have the little
That's-
ruler
that's all.
up? Is that the problem?
The ruler is not on. I think I've done this before. I'm assuming there's something wacky going on with how I have this set up that just doesn't let me do it. I'll copy and paste the text for it in the bar though, so that you can
I'll
read
just
it.
cast it from your character. Which spell is it? Protection from good and evil?
Protection from evil. Good, yeah.
Till this end, blah 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 blah. You're protected from these kinds of creatures: aberrations, celestial, elemental, fey, fiends, and undead. Creatures of that type have disadvantage, but you don't know if these are of that type.
So I'm gonna do that and then run away.
Okay,
far
so
I can
as
get.
you
Which-
run away, you're getting attacks of opportunity against you.
Oh, fuck, right. Okay. I totally forgot about that. Sorry, there was the shrinking thing, and then he's too high to hit. God. I don't know if he would run away then.
I mean, you are technically
You know what?
afeared, so it kind of makes
Yeah,
sense.
I know. So that's what I was thinking of too. I'm like, well, maybe like narratively he would want to run away, but then again, like the thing just ran up to him, so maybe he would hit it. Let's see, I don't know if he would just run away from a giant dinosaur, but the fear thing is pretty potent. Yeah, so we'll just do it. Would I provoke? I would provoke attacks from both of them, wouldn't I?
Correct.
If they're just like right in front of my face right now.
Yep.
Okay. I have disadvantage on attack rolls against shit.
What does DeMarcus do?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess I would just try to. Well, I already used my action for that spell.
So you basically have a bonus action, which could only be used on a cantrip. So I'm guessing you don't even have that. So all you really have left is movement. So where does DeMarcus move? Does he move away or does he stay put?
You know what? I would. You know what? Fuck. That's not even a bonus action. I guess he would stay where he is if you would narratively allow him, even though he's afraid, to stay where he is. We'll say he's like frozen in fear to stay there.
Okay, that's fine. Giant scorpion.
But he would.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead. No, that's alright. It's a fucking mess over here.
Okay. Giant scorpion. It is your turn.
Alright, cool. Alright, Vosner will shift that way.
I appreciate you facing the right direction.
Well, it's really the details that matter.
Actually, John, there's one thing. I'm gonna use my bonus action to abjure enemy. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh. Abjure enemy or vow of enmity?
Vow of enemy. Vow. That's the bonus action one, sorry.
Okay. On what, the dinosaur or the guy?
Guy.
Okay. Go Vosner.
Okay. So we're good?
I believe so.
Alright, all of my... Oh, darn. I thought I would have reach. Okay. I'm going to attack the dinosaur then.
Yep.
So, first...
Yeah.
Would I be able to grapple this person, or because
Nope. It's way too
bigger?
big.
Okay. 2. And then sting. Sweet.
Yeah. So you sting it, and the poison does not go into effect.
Okay.
And
I got.
that brings it back around to Terran.
Terran's going to walk over here, and then he's going to breath weapon,
Nice.
like that.
Showing off the abilities. Okay, yeah, how does
and
this
if
look?
they fail, Big Kitty needs his minus 1d4,
Oh,
They
okay.
both do.
but Blackguard doesn't matter.
Oh, wait, who's Blackguard?
The guy. The
Okay,
Myth
so
God.
they both fail their saving throw, so Big Kitty needs to get some extra damage.
Okay.
Because it's a DC 17.
Okay. So.
And they're both. So the knocking prone ability, we never talked about size categories, so I
Yeah.
don't know if I can knock the Big Kitty over or not, or if it's too big, but it would be awesome if I did.
I'm gonna say you can't knock him, but I'm gonna make the Mythgoth do a athletics check to see if he can hold on to the dinosaur. So I feel like it's a little bit tricky to justify. Like, it's definitely trickier to justify knocking a huge creature prone by breathing on it.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd get the creature, but like hopefully like knock Nifgard off or something.
Yeah. Let's see what we can, if it works.
Minus 1d4.
Yeah. So what I was looking for was a 15. So we'll see if the 1d4 makes it. Does Bane affect ability checks?
1d4 I don't think would count. No, it's just saving throws and attacks.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, I think he holds on, but it is like he's knocked prone on top of the thing. So he's going to spend. If he was going to use movement, it would be. He will spend half of his movement basically remounting the saddle of the T-Rex, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah. Then I'm going to Misty Step away.
Oh, nice.
I'll cast it.
Yeah, keep track of your spells, guys, because this might be the first time in ever that you guys are low on spells.
And then I'll kind of like stare down Gilgamesh because I'm kind of feeling myself.
He is he has like his arms crossed, but it's not in that like I'm mad at you. It's like this. Okay, look. He sees that you're trying to show him something. And it is Mythgoth's turn, who sort of rights himself on the back of his T-Rex, and his T-Rex is going to bite at DeMarcus. Do you have disadvantage on... Does he have advantages on attacks against you? I forget. The fight
also Sentinel. So.
Oh, yeah. No, good thinking. Okay. So... Yeah, make your attack against the big kitty.
Okay. Where is it? I guess it would be a claw attack, right?
Yeah. Okay. So he bites after DeMarcus, and you claw at him. The bite does land on DeMarcus, but does not hit him for very much. 4d12, and it's a 3, 3, 3. Okay, so DeMarcus, you gain 6 health. Isolde takes 6 damage. And then the Blackguard the T-Rex will swing his tail at the Scorpion, hitting the Scorpion critically, and I'm gonna say knocking you back like 10 feet. As the tail like launches you, and then Mythgoth on top of this creature is going to swing his glaive down at DeMarcus, hitting you for 10 damage, and he is going to use...
I'll take 5 of that.
A 3rd level smite. So you see the glaive start to glow bright, radiant, and hits DeMarcus for 17. I'll let you guys figure out the math on that as well. And he swings a second time, missing DeMarcus. Gotta make sure. And he swings a 3rd time, missing again. So you can see he's having a little bit of a hard time balancing on the back of his T-Rex as the T-Rex kind of slips and slides around on the ground with the recent breath that kind of like coated his feet in ice. And it is Damon's turn.
Damon is just going to decide to cast haste on himself so that he can get off this train without missing a whole turn. And then he's just going to dash at the archer.
Are you able to do that on difficult terrain? Have you done the math?
I think so, because it was like 25 feet on the difficult terrain.
Okay.
For a total of like 65 feet.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think that doubles it to like 50 plus 40 is 90, and I think if I dash with haste, I get 120.
Okay, yeah. So you make it to her. You've used your action to attack, then you dashed. Is that your second action?
Yes, and now I'm going to action surge.
Got it.
And just swing at this hooded figure.
Makes sense. And you were targeting yourself accidentally there, but you missed.
Yeah, but
both
I
of
missed
you.
myself as well. So.
It's hard for you to even hit you. Okay, yeah. So you swing, and she like jumps over your blade and lands back on top of the spike. And is that your turn?
That is not my whole turn.
Isolde.
Alright, I am going to call down a guiding bolt onto Mythgoth.
Did you guys sort all that damage out, by the way? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
And
Damn, guiding bolt.
I'm just gonna move and kind of keep repositioning myself, so now I'm here.
Gotcha. Johoff, you're up.
Alright. I'm gonna run in, let me see how long that is. 25 feet. Now I'm gonna punch him.
God damn.
And then he's gonna yell at DeMarcus, "What the fuck are you doing? Get away!" And then he's going to run back. Probably about there.
Okay. It
Alright.
is the archer's turn. She is going to cast Misty Step again.
I just want to see like her and like Dame just chase her around the ring, like Misty Step at a time.
Super cool.
That's some Dragon Ball Z shit.
Hell yeah.
So she Misty steps over here, and then like kind of deftly runs underneath of the T-Rex all the way over to here, and from there she shoots at Taryn. Can't remember.
That hurts.
Yeah. And that is her turn. Missile, you're up.
Rightio. Morty's gonna run to there, and he's gonna target the archer, give her a taste of her own medicine. My man. She should move back if it was a hit, although she can make the save and so forth. Dun, 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 dun. And then Missile is gonna dig into his bag, and he's gonna pull out this like cylinder or this capsule that's really black and inky and looks like it's coated in grease. And he is going to fire off the spell Grease. And hopefully our T-Rex there. Yeah, alright. Let's go slip and fall.
Okay. When grease appears in an area, dex saving throw or fall prone. Yeah. So it's kind of a small area, but yeah, we'll say the he's falling prone.
Now, I don't know if you've fallen off of a horse before, but it hurts a lot. So I can imagine if a giant T-Rex were to fall, should be some crushing of some sort, right?
Yeah, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to roll a d12, and the number is like a number on a clock, which direction the T-Rex is going to fall.
Got it.
My 5 o'clock.
You are.
No!
Demarcus, make a dexterity saving throw with disadvantage.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Amazing.
It didn't give me a disadvantage when I'll roll it twice. Although,
Why we can't have nice things.
one more coming.
Nat 20, nat 20.
Yeah, I'll say that you're able to like kind of duck out of the way, and so you don't get hit by it as it's kind of like falling over. And let's have Mythgoth make a let's say athletics check to see if he gets thrown. Yeah, I'll say he is able to land on the ground, but now he is within reach of you guys.
Excellent.
And it is DeMarcus' turn.
Okay, there's a lot going on. DeMarcus has a lot of emotions and feelings. Seeing this guy fall into hitting range, though, I think I can't willingly move closer to him, can I?
I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I can't willingly move closer to the source of my fear. So, in that case, if I try to hit the T-Rex, would I have any kind of advantage on it? I mean, I have disadvantage on regular attack rolls right now, so would it just balance out since it's on the ground or not?
Oh, yeah, it would be balanced against that. Also, it's balanced against the main guy because you vow enmitied him.
Right, but I can't move close to him to hit him with my hammer.
That's true. So you can hit the T-Rex.
That's the problem that I'm having right now. Yep, okay. You know what? I am gonna hit that T-Rex. Well, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna move... See, am I 30 feet away from this guy now?
Okay. So, I will say that even though he's prone, I think he still gets an attack of opportunity, but I will
shit. Okay.
You get disadvantage though, so you're probably fine.
Yeah, I think I'll
-4.
do it, yeah.
I mean, you might be swallowed by another giant monster, but
hold on. Let's see. Roll one
And
minus
a
one.
D4.
Yeah, 18. Does that hit your AC?
19 right now.
Okay,
So
so I will
Nice.
undo that damage. So it snaps at you, and you deflect it with your shield as you move away.
Okay. So, can I make that wisdom saving throw now?
Let me see what it says. If a frightened target ends its turn more than 30 feet away, so currently you're 30 feet away, but
Oh, I
if
have
you move,
to end my turn. Fuck.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was any time I got out of the circle. That would totally change my order of operations.
and you need to be 5 feet farther away still.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know it was like an end turn thing. That changes everything. Can we undo that, John? The whole sequence?
yep.
I'm just gonna try to hit the T-Rex. Alright. So, yeah, I'm gonna attack the T-Rex on the ground. Oh, God. I'm gonna try to attack it again. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
You hit it.
Still,
it is not
such
dead.
bad roll though. I'm going to use. I've only got second levels. All my first levels are burnt, so I'm gonna use a second level spell slot to finish it because I don't like it.
Okay.
Let's see, Divine Smite.
Yeah. So you bring down your fiery hammer and you knock it out.
Okay. And then I'm going to run away from this guy. Alright. Make that save.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It is a wisdom saving throw. You are no longer afeared.
Thank God.
Bosner, you're up.
Yeah, I do have a bonus action, John.
To do what?
I may be interested in using it. Nothing. Go ahead. I had an idea, but it was a bad one. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to use a first level spell slot to heal back up.
What the fuck? To full?
Yeah, so as a... Wait, hold on.
No, it's like
It should be
1d8
full.
per spell slot.
Yeah, it should be one... Should be 1d10, right?
Per level of spell slot you use. You just
Yeah,
healed yourself
okay.
like 50.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Alright, so I was back at 17. I'll just do that.
Okay.
Okay. So it's one or roll. It's slash roll, right?
Correct, yeah.
1d10. Do I add my con modifier to it or no?
I don't know, what's your thing set in your character sheet?
I have a +2 con with this.
Wild
form.
shape. Blah blah blah. I don't know where it says it. I have to look it up.
It's alright, I'll just roll the 1d10 then.
I think it's a certain amount per level.
I think I just roll like another dice. So it'd be like 2d10. Let me see. D&D Beyond. As a bonus action, additionally, while you are transformed, bonus action to expel 1d8 points per level. Okay, yeah. So if I cast that at
At third level, you could get 3d8.
yeah, all
Or
right.
fourth
But
level, 4d8. Whatever you want to do.
I'll do a third level 3d8. Okay, so 13. So that would be at 30. All right. So I will go up to this guy and I'm going to attack him.
Okay.
First claw. Second claw. All right. Oh, all right. I just miss.
Okay.
That's all I can do.
Got it. So, Taryn, it is your turn.
Alright, you just got shot by the archer. So I'm going to take a step towards the archer. And then kind of like smile at her. And I'm going to cast a twinned blight at the two enemies.
Got it.
And they need their minus 1d4.
Yeah.
Which will make both of them fail. Or, no, never mind. They might succeed.
They both fail, I guess.
Alright, so they need to take the full damage.
Done.
Is the archer still alive?
The archer is dead.
Then Terran's just going to walk this way a little bit more.
Okay.
And just kind of like look at the archer's body for a second, and then square off with Mythgard.
Got it. Okay, Mythgoth is going to attack this giant scorpion in front of him with his glaive. And he is going to pump that with a smite.
Ooh boy.
And then he is going to swing. He's going to move to here. And he's going to attack. Yeah, it's still
If
in
he
your.
moves.
It's not. It doesn't provoke Sentinel unless he moves out of your range. But if he
Okay.
attacks Terran, then technically, yes, you do get to attack him. Oh shit! I didn't mean to attack both of you. But he was swinging at Terran anyways, so he swung at
Alright.
Terran, and then he's going to Divine Smite on that.
That's not good.
So I will Sentinel
Yeah.
him anyway.
Yeah, Sentinel attack him. Very good.
Come on.
And,
Sweet. Alright, and then he has to make a strength save.
Strength save.
Mm-hmm. Because it's a claw.
Got it.
D12.
When he hit me, did he get his minus 1d4?
I do not know.
It doesn't look like it. So that would put him down to a 12.
Oh. Okay. Does a 12 hit
That
you?
means he wouldn't have hit me.
Okay.
Because my AC is 15.
Got it.
Nice.
Yeah, and you should also subtract 4 from that save, right? Or
Correct.
roll a d4 from that.
It just saved my life, Isolde.
Go clerics.
Yeah, the save was a 19, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
But yes, so Terran gets his health back. Both of his health's back. And I have to go back and do math. He attacked once, then attacked... Okay, so he still has one attack left, which he is going to use on Terran. Which...
That's gonna hit no matter what.
And then he's
Fuck.
going to use his smite on that one.
That's fair. I got an extra, like, second and a half of life. It's
Mhm.
alright.
And
Good while it lasted.
he's beat pretty hard right now, but he's putting on a show for the people in the crowd, and they're kind of cheering him on as he's fending off people on all sides, but it does look pretty hopeless. And Damon, it is your turn.
Damon's just going to move a little bit closer.
Just a little bit closer.
So you did just run over Grease, though.
Oh, that's true. I probably would have gone around that. But I
Okay.
guess then I might not be able to make it all the way without dashing. Because I think that was 55 feet. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
back
it'd be
here.
65.
Alright, then I think I might just do something else. I think I would conjure a little flame in my hand.
A little flame.
And as I threw it, I would say, "Blessings to your successor, Mythgoth," and then launch it at him.
Nice.
Dope.
There you go.
Yep. So the fireball erupts and hits Mythgoth pretty hard from behind. He is still standing.
And then I'll just group up with everybody.
And the crowd cheers as the fireball explodes in the arena. Isolde, you're up.
I am going to move in between Terran and Vosner and use my Preserve Life ability to split 40 HP between them. Terran, what's your total HP?
65.
Alright, so you can go up to 32, and then I'll give the other 8 to Scorpion Vosner.
Woo.
And then I'm
Thanks.
gonna inflict wounds. With all the rage she can muster. Which is a lot. Damn it. Is not enough.
Classic.
Classic Isolde. That's it.
Okay. Johuff, you're up.
The huge.
Don't have too much fun.
You gotta be kidding me. Alright, that's it.
Okay. Yeah, so he's kind of ducking and diving, and you hit him like hard, but he is like barely clinging to life as you sort of zoom in and out. And in response, he holds up a hand and drops his glaive on the ground, signaling defeat. And it is Missile's turn.
She would immediately call out to the group that he has surrendered.
Morty will like quiver because he was really excited to get the killing blow once again, but Missile will like calm him, pacify him, and sit cross-legged on the ground, looking very tired.
Joe Hoff will look down at him and say, "Fucking stay down."
And DeMarcus's turn.
Let's see. So he just dropped his weapon. Marcus is gonna look up at the queen and see what she does. Has anybody in the... What was this, like, did the crowd change or anything when he did that? What was the vibe?
They got quiet.
Okay. What's the queen doing?
She's watching you guys.
Okay. Well, suppose just to be sure, Marcus is gonna cast haste on himself and run all the way up to the guy and stand with his maul ready to strike, looking at the queen. And that is what he will do.
And it is Vosner's turn now.
I guess I'll just turn to him and just kind of ready a flurry of attacks if he does anything funky.
Okay. Taryn, it is your turn.
I'm gonna go up to the archer and see if she's stable.
She is on fire.
I'm
Her
gonna.
corpse is on fire.
Okay, so she's like.
Did I do
all the way
that?
there.
Yes. You hit her for 28 damage. Well, she was already unconscious.
He would just kind of like shrug and then turn back to Mythgoth.
And Mythgoth, sort of with his weapon on the ground, stands up with his hands up and sort of turns towards the queen, and the room gets quiet. And the queen stands and turns to you and looks at DeMarcus and says, "What would you do?"
Whatever the queen orders.
And she smiles. And she says, "Parlay."
Oh, let me attack this guy here.
I'm going to say, because he's got his hands up and he's not even trying to avoid it, you automatically hit.
Okay.
And how do you do it?
I miss him.
No, you.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't know if you wanted me to do damage or anything. I would bring it down. Let's see. He's got his hands up. He's facing her. You know what I guess I would do? Like, he's facing her, I'm facing her, and I would just take my maul and I would swing it kind of like horizontally in a circle towards him, and I would just like bring it into his chest, basically.
Yeah, and as you do, you hear his like chest cavity collapse as all of his ribs break, and he throws up blood on the ground and falls unconscious and bleeds out on the arena floor. And the room
immediately like scream. DeMarcus does that and put my hands on him and try to stabilize him.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say that your scream is drowned out by a whole room of roaring cheers and laughter and festivity, and the queen clapping and cheering loudly. And Azolda, make a let's say a medicine check to see if you can sort of get to it in time, I'll say. Yeah, I'll say that amidst the roar of the room and sort of all of the hustle, you reach down quickly and stabilize him before he dies. What do you do?
I mean, if he falls to the ground, I would like move to kneel next to him and put my hands on his chest the same way that I do my teammates, and use Spare the Dying to stabilize him so that he's stable at 0 HP.
Yep, and that's what happens.
I'm gonna stay like that and look up at DeMarcus.
And as you're looking up, the room starts to get quiet again, and the queen is looking at you guys, and everybody is looking at the queen, and then back at you, and then at DeMarcus, and then back at the queen. And the queen looks to Isolde and says, "Have you no respect for Parlay?"
I think that the show has been had, and it would be a shame to lose such an excellent fighter.
And she jumps down and she walks across the field. And as she does, two of her associates walk down and kind of shadow each side of her. And she walks all the way up to your group, and she looks you in the eyes, and she pulls out her sword, and she stabs it into the stabilized Mythgoth. And she looks you in the eyes, Isolde, and says, "I determine who lives and who dies."
Missile comes up and he says, "Well, technically the parlay had been administered."
And she looks at you like if she cared anymore, she would walk 2 feet and kill you in your footsteps. But she does not.
Missile does not notice.
Yeah.
I kind of sit back on my heels from where I was kneeling and don't make an attempt to heal him again.
And she looks to DeMarcus and says, "You do good work."
Marcus is like, he's not looking at her, his head is kind of like bowed. He's not like bowing per se, but his head is kind of to the ground, like in respect. And he says, "Thank you."
And she turns to the rest of you and says, "Come speak with me at my fortress tomorrow. You've earned a bit of rest." And she walks back. And as she walks, the two women that were kind of shadowing her sides don't break eye contact with the group, but keep walking backwards with her. And then they all three leap back up onto the platform with pretty much easily. And
what's the situation with Big Kitty right now? Is it a Tyrannosaurus or did it revert back to cat?
yeah, so it was unconscious, but you saw that it reverted back into a small cat and then died.
Oh.
And you guys are left in the pit. At your feet is the bloody Mythgoth, and Quiznik sort of frantically getting his magical stone out, says, "Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is our evening show. Thank you for coming. I hope you had a great time. Please do not forget to tip your waiters and waitresses on the way out, and I'll see you next week." And like some mooks come out and grab the corpses and sort of drag them back into the back room of the arena. And you guys are free to leave. And everybody kind of starts walking out.
I guess Fasanova will drop his scorpion form and kind of sigh.
Okay.
Is everything all right, Foster?
Let's take a 5-minute break. Sorry,
Oh, we can take a break.
and then we'll come back and then start up here.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I really had to pee. This motherfucker is coffee at 3 p.m. The hell? You're gonna have a hard time going to sleep.
That actually sounds really good. I might have to jump on that.
Send him coffee, Dylan. You heard him, man.
I mean, I'm still waiting on the what was it? The Slurpee, the icy, whatever.
Somebody's getting
Yeah.
ices?
Oh, after Missile and Morty were just taking care of everything, Joe Hoff was going to go get popcorn and offered to grab some things for other people.
Got it. Man, you guys are pretty good at killing shit. These are
It's
like,
nice when you know when the end of the battle is, so you can just unload all of your high level spells.
yeah, true. Assuming this is the last fight you have before your next life.
I still got Cone of
Kick the
Cold.
shit out of us.
Yeah, you're gonna get mugged in the streets because you guys are all injured.
It's those guys! Get them!
I'm gonna like try to like fend them off with Cone of Cold and kill like an entire like street bazaar full of people.
So my wife sits next to me whenever I'm acting like an idiot over here, and whenever I said technically Parlay had already been administered, she's over there, she's going, technically Missile's a little asshole.
Accurate.
That is awesome.
Does she want to play a pirate queen?
No, I'm afraid not.
Okay, because she's got the vibe down. I mean, that was
I keep telling her, man, but she ain't about it.
it's fine. I'll give her free reign to insult all of your characters.
We would never play again after one session.
It'd take away a lot of prep time. Okay, so
I assume like half of your prep time is just coming up with insults for our characters.
no, I don't actually spend much time working on dialogue at all, which probably shows. I spend most of my time trying
Imagine
to
it takes much.
balance fights, create art, and make the narrative have some sort of compelling arc to it so that it doesn't feel like you're just moving from one place to another fighting things. Even though that's what this game is. The goal is to hide the fact that it is just a game where you're stabbing shit behind a facade of storytelling.
I love it.
It's good shit, good shit. Okay, so there's not really good room in this scene, but I wanted to have like a little bit of an exit scene. So bear with me that it's a little bit crowded, but as you guys are walking out, people would be kind of walking by you. There's really not room in this little hallway, but you get the image. And Jethro here at the sort of exit where you guys are leaving kind of stands ready with a big bag of gold, and he motions for you to come over.
I will.
As you approach, he says, here's your winnings. And it
Thank you very
is
much.
a bag of gold that is, what did you guys pay? 50 a head, so that was 350? You can check the thing.
Yeah.
So it's triple that, so 1050.
Nice.
So
1,050
1,050 gold. And
Link.
he says, good fighting in there. I knew you'd win.
Thanks for your confidence.
You're welcome. And as you guys are kind of walking out, this fellow with a big hat kind of saddles up to you guys and says, hello there. If you guys are looking for work, find me in the Frozen Rudder, yeah? And he gives a wink with his non-eye-patched eye, and he strolls out very elegantly and just walks on by. Doesn't even really bother to look to see if you said anything back to him. Joe, if you can tell by the facial muscle movement on the rest of his face. You have high enough passive perception, you would know. Missile wouldn't, though. He wouldn't be able to tell. He didn't
Why
know.
is this man blinking at
Yeah.
us?
And you see kind of standing with his back against the wall of the kind of like looking over the arena, still kind of surrounded by his people. Gilgamesh has still not left, but he has not approached you guys. And Kilmane comes through with his very loud group of compatriots, and he's drinking, and he looks really drunk. And he says, which one of you was the scorpion guy?
Vosner raises his hand. It was me.
I loved it. Good work. If you ever want gold, you just come talk to Kilmane. And he just walks on out.
Okay. Thanks.
And his compatriots follow. Is there anything you'd like to do remaining in this arena? Or
Nope.
would you like to leave? Okay. Where are you headed?
To the tavern, to the Frozen Rudder.
Okay. You step out of the arena, it's like 4 a.m., and it is really cold. Like, just bone-crushing, biting cold. And it kind of gets into all of your wounds, which felt kind of warm, and you see, like, steam in the air coming off all of your fresh battle wounds. And you slowly walk your way through kind of a sleepy Luskan back towards the Frozen Rudder.
The Frozen Rudder is just like dead when we get in there.
Actually, when you get to the frozen rudder, well, let me change some things. So
Just get go.
they wouldn't be here, and they wouldn't be here. Let's say it looks like this when you get back. And the captain looks at you covered in blood and says, "You look victorious."
Yeah, we caught all sorts of things.
Marcus,
We made an impression.
Marcus looks at Johoff to see if Johoff appears to be trying to get a drink.
Yeah, Joab needs a drink.
DeMarcus will go up to the bar with Johoff then and order a drink.
He, it's 2 gold, and he says, "Perhaps it is best for you to get some sleep."
Marcus just kind of nods and says, "Just needed a quick drink and we'll be out of your hair, don't worry." Does this man have any hair?
Nope. He's got a beard.
I think DeMarcus would have noticed that. Well, that counts. Okay.
Taryn will pretty much go to the rooms right away and just pass out because
Okay.
he's exhausted.
As will Missile. But, not before muttering about that infernal racket coming from the center of the room.
It's like
Good call
toned
on
down
Missile.
right now. It's kind of like chill music. People are
It's still
tired,
infernal racket.
sleeping.
But not 12 tone.
Not yet.
Too much structure. It's abhorrent.
Is Morty into it?
He is glitching out. Yeah, he's kind of swaying, like he's, like flowing the current.
He's playing Threnody for Hiroshima victims right now. It's really intense.
Damon would follow Missile to the room whenever he goes up there.
Same.
Okay. Yeah. So, you guys want to have a scene of you guys drinking while the rest of the group is going to bed?
Yeah, DeMarcus would at least just say to Johoff and Vosner, sorry about the last round of combat. I don't know what got into me.
Yeah, that's going to. It's going to be pretty interesting. Zilda didn't look too happy with you in the end.
So DeMarcus looks at you like confusedly for a second, and then he kind of like shakes his head and he says, "Oh no, not that. I would do the last part again. Meant losing my wits a little bit. When he walked into the pit, I overcome by just a crippling sense of fear. He reminded me of something. I couldn't tell what, but it was only after they carried out his body that I remembered.
What was it?
Titus Rosethorn.
Yeah, it did have some sort of effect going on, but nah, I've never seen you frozen like that.
I don't think I've ever been frozen like that. Anyway, I'm sorry. Try not to tell you like that again.
That's all right. I know we all can deal out quite a bit of damage, but doesn't mean we're on top of it all the time.
One of us is down for some reason, the other's out. That's what we do.
Yeah. Vosner will finish drinking his beer. He's like, well, I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, DeMarcus would mimic everything and get up to go.
Joe is gonna stay.
And
DeMarcus is walking away. He says, "Get some sleep, Joe. We might have a lot to do tomorrow."
Yeah, Joe says nothing. Just motions for another ale from the captain.
DeMarcus leaves.
And Captain comes up to you. I'm gonna put DeMarcus elsewhere. And says, drinking alone is a dangerous game.
Yeah, well, it's not exactly like the rest of my life is free of danger, so who gives a fuck?
Fair enough. You keep paying gold, you keep drinking alone.
Sounds like we have an agreement between the two of us.
Okay. For the sake of narrative, would Johoff just like keep drinking for the foreseeable future? Would he skip going to bed?
Yeah, he'll drink until, I don't know. He'll drink for a while yet, maybe another hour or so, and then I'm assuming that the captain wouldn't allow him to like conk out in one of the
right
beds or something. So he'll head up to the room after getting another good 3 or 4 ales down.
Yep. I'll say, with being super drunk and over tipping, perhaps he spent 5 more gold.
Sounds good.
And you guys go to sleep and get yourself a long rest. And is there anything else you guys would like to do?
Temporary hit points go away after long rest, right?
Correct. And Missile, make a wisdom saving throw for me. Nice.
If Flash of Genius would help, let me throw one of those. But I think that's so low that it's
perfect. Okay. So, yeah, you guys head to your rooms and sleep, and it is a deep sleep. You guys, really have been sleeping in like shitty, like the last night you slept in like a really shitty, like hangar of or like cargo hold of a ship, and then you came to the city and binge drank all day, and then you fought in the pit and got your asses kicked for a while. I mean, you kicked more ass than you got kicked, but you still took a beating. And anyways, you now wake up in the morning, and I'm gonna say it's one of those things where like you guys are sleeping until like noon or 1, because you guys got a very late start to your sleep. And I'm gonna say Johoff will probably be the last to wake. Who's the first to wake?
How does this affect exhaustion again, since it was a hotel room?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm gonna say, because it's an upscale hotel room and you're paying a lot of money, it takes away that point of exhaustion.
Okay. Then Taryn would probably be up, like, fairly early, relative to everybody else.
Okay. What does Taryn do?
He'd probably just get, like, a corner booth, one of these, like, cubby booths, and just start up breakfast at noon or 1.
Go for it.
I'm stuck behind the wall.
I would say Damon probably gets up relatively early as well, assuming that nothing like strange happened with Missile during the night. Would just wander downstairs to wait for the rest of the party, and then see Taryn and wander over.
Yeah, okay. So Damon comes in and sees Taryn enjoying the start of his breakfast.
He would just sit down, and then after being silent for a little while, he might say, "Did you sleep well, Taryn?"
Yeah, it was fantastic. The best sleep I've gotten since Milestone, to be honest.
I am glad to hear that. And how are you feeling this morning?
Pretty good, pretty refreshed. Yesterday took a lot out of me, but I'm back, so see what happens today.
Yes, it seems you maybe faced one additional pressure the rest of us did not. Gilgamesh seems to be rather interested in you.
He does, doesn't he?
At least by my reckoning. What do you make of this?
Taryn kind of shrugs and says, there aren't a lot of Dragonborn around. Then he shrugs again.
I would just nod and say, I suppose that is true, and like attracts like.
I don't know how good Damon is at picking up on social cues, but when you see that, Taryn kind of bristles a little bit. But he doesn't argue.
I wouldn't say he's particularly good at it, so unless it was, like, real obvious, I don't know that he would say anything.
So, like, he would have just seen Taryn, like, shrug again, like, but not add anything.
Well, I am relieved to see you are doing well. You took quite a hit there at the end.
Oh, yeah, just the archer got me good, and then, the Mythgar just enchanted his glaive. And that's all it took.
Yes, that archer was rather quick, I suppose, until the very end.
Yeah. I got her back, though, so that's what matters.
Damon's eyes, like, gleam at this a little bit. He was pretty happy that you took her down with Blight.
That pit, though, they don't seem to worry too much about the combatants getting out to fight again.
Indeed. We were told the rules were attempt to preserve life, yet it seems there was very active efforts taken to make sure as much life as possible was lost.
Indeed. You could probably tell that Taryn doesn't seem all too bothered by that.
I'm trying to fold some laundry and
I think, Damon might just nod also, because it didn't really bother him too much, except for maybe seeing a dead cat.
Yeah, I was hoping we could adopt the T-Rex cat, but
Yes, it would have been at least interesting to see what use we could make of such a creature. Unfortunate.
Taryn's also kind of keeping an eye out on the main room to see if anything interesting happens.
Sure. I'll say whoever wants to wake up next can wake up next.
I would walk by their cubby and wave to them, and then go outside to do my meditation.
Very well.
DeMarcus would wake up, but he would kind of be in his room for a while, kind of thinking and praying and trying to just figure out his life, basically.
Isolde, as you walk outside, you're hit again with a very brisk wind coming off of the ocean. You look out to the water, and there are like white caps and like icebergs, kind of hunks of ice, kind of floating around in the bay, colliding with the shore, and then also colliding with some ships that are down there. And there's some like loud cracking noises as things kind of smash together in this kind of tumultuous, windy day in Luskan.
Perfection.
And who wakes up next?
Missile's gonna sleep in way late. Probably get up around dinner time.
Got it.
I guess it's Vosner. He'll just kind of come out and hang out with Taryn and Damon, and just see how they slept.
Side note, when were we supposed to meet the Queen? Was it today or just any time?
She told you guys to come by today.
Okay. Um,
If Fosmer approached and asked how he rested, Damon would say, I feel well rested and recharged, Fosner. Thank you. Did you rest well?
Yeah. It was a little chilly, but I did rest really well. So glad everyone we're looking a little bit better than we had before in the past.
That is good to hear. From the conversations after the third round yesterday, it sounds like there may soon be no shortage of work to do.
Yeah, we got a lot of things to keep us busy, I suppose.
Indeed. You and Taryn each seem to have an admirer, in fact. Kilmane was quite amused by your scorpion form.
Well, yeah. It's not every day that you see those, even in the wild. So, but it just seemed to be the best thing for keeping everyone alive.
It worked well, and you even less frequently see one dance.
That's true. We were told to make friends, so it's really hard to communicate when you're in a wild shape. So I figured everyone would understand, a little jovial dance.
It seems most everyone, except perhaps Master Missile, appreciates dance.
That's true. He's a strange one.
At that, Morty will come down and stand near the bard if there is a bard playing. And we'll sway back and forth.
Yep, the bard is playing. Kind of a nice, calm breakfast song. Whatever your favorite breakfast music is, like just think that.
Got it.
Speaking of, I should throw on tavern music instead of intrigue music.
Breakfast tavern music, please.
Yeah,
Yep.
I want that brunch.
I mean, it is like noon.
Yep.
So it could be like lunch tavern music.
Demarcus would eventually come down and just kind of plop down his seat next to everyone and nod and say good morning or afternoon and start tucking in on a bunch of food and drink.
Joe Off will come down and actually go to the bar and sit, get another ale.
That hurts, but
Marcus looks at Taryn and says, don't take it personally, Taryn, he has a problem.
And as you do, the barkeep says, "Good morning. You having ale for breakfast?"
Yeah, you got a better idea.
Perhaps something with fiber.
What's on the fucking menu?
We have eggs.
Yeah, I'll have a couple eggs with the ale then.
Okay. You look like dog shit. And he walks away.
I glare at his back and then drink.
And
I'm kind of keeping an eye on him. Taryn mentions to the table. Going back to the fighting fit seems to have hit Johoff hard. Do you guys think he'll be fine?
He spent a lot of time trying to get out of the one in Mossstone, so it probably wasn't the most wise thing to bring him back to a place like that. But I'm sure we can get through it.
This is a dark place, ruled by a dark sovereign. I suspect all of us will be a bit worse for wear after we get out of here, but we'll have to try to keep each other safe and sane.
I believe you are right, Demarcus. It seems we all may have to play the role while we are here.
I agree, Damon. It's the only way to accomplish our mission. It is very dangerous for us to do.
Yes, and we will need to look out for Captain Brignac. She seemed particularly bothered by the conclusion of last night's battle.
She did. Somewhat surprising to me, but yeah, we'll have to just watch out for her. Well, are we going to meet the Queen today? If we don't, I think we would undo everything we did last night.
Yeah, let's rally the squad and head out.
Everyone?
As you guys are sitting there having your breakfast, and before Isolde comes back, Gilgamesh walks in with kind of an entourage behind him and starts heading towards your corner. Upon seeing you in the corner, he comes up to you and kind of crosses his arms and says, "You know, this is kind of my corner."
Did he say it to us in general, or is he saying it
Yes.
to Taryn?
He says it in general, but then he looks to Taryn.
Taryn kind of looks around and shrugs and goes, "You are not here when I sat here. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding." And then just kind of gets up.
Do the rest of you get it?
DeMarcus would also, yeah, DeMarcus would kind of just nod to him and say, "Very sorry, sir. We're new here and we don't really know the seating works. We were just on our way anyway. I apologize, and we'll just be leaving."
As Demarcus and Taryn, and I don't know if Vosner was over there, but as they all get up, Damon would just wordlessly get up and follow, but would not take his eyes off Gilgamesh.
But Vosner would do the same.
And sort of as you guys are passing by, Gilgamesh puts up like a hand, not to touch Taryn, but like kind of to stop him, and says, "You really proved yourself in there last night."
Taryn's a little bit doesn't quite know what to say for a second, and then goes, "Thank you. It seemed appropriate to show off the range of my skills."
It appears that you were auditioning for just about every faction in Luskan.
It does, doesn't it?
Well, if you ever get tired of doing the Queen's dirty work, come talk to me. I might have something for you. And he looks at your scales and he says, "I've never seen another like me. And I have a feeling that you might like this job more than the rest of your group."
Taryn nods and goes, "I will certainly keep that in mind. Until next time." And then he moves to follow DeMarcus.
Yep. And as he walks out, the rest of the group kind of walks past and sits in their spots. And a waiter comes up to him right away and starts giving him food.
I turn to Taryn and like, "So, what do you think he means by that?"
I do not know, but if I picked up the subtext correctly, it may have something to do with my blood and my scales.
Wonder if he has a beat on the dragon.
It is possible. I would be. It would be unfortunate if we left without pursuing this avenue, but it probably. We should probably stick to our main quest for now, and get to it when we can.
No, that's wise. But it's not too far removed of what we're trying to do.
I feel like everything is becoming more and more related these days.
Okay, let's cut to Isolde, who is communing. I'm gonna throw you guys to this scene. And, Isolde, you find a place out in, Luskin to commune. Describe what you do there. Hello?
You hear me?
Now I can.
Oh. She would find like a quiet place to meditate and connect with Ilmater the way that she usually does. But she would be kind of frustrated towards the end and would spend some time ritual casting commune and settling back down into her meditation pose to try to get some actual answers from her god.
Can you cast the spell into the chat?
I certainly can.
Okay. So, you settle in someplace and start meditating, and, do I have to, let's see. I think you just get an answer, right?
Yeah, just kind of like a yes or no, like
Right.
some people do signs or just
Yeah.
feelings of whatever.
And
So,
sorry.
go ahead.
I was just going to talk about 5th level spells and how awesome they are.
Yeah, the nice thing is that it's a ritual cast, so it's not going to eat my spell slot.
Wait, is that for real?
For real.
I've been thinking a lot about ritual spells lately. It's amazing.
That's the way to do it.
Okay, yeah. That all checks out. So,
Alright.
what do you ask Ilmater?
Her first question is the Pirate King alive in Gunderlin?
You kind of like send that out into the world, and you can like feel your question sort of like flying into the sky almost, like you're saying it loudly but in your head, and you feel the answer is yes.
Do you want the Pirate Queen dead?
the answer is sort of a mixture of yes and no, as though there were no definitive answer.
And she kind of like takes a breath for a second after receiving that. And then asks, "Is DeMarcus being guided by Torm?"
The response is that Ilmater does not know.
She kind of sits there and is grateful towards him in meditation for a while before she gets herself together and goes back to the tavern.
Okay. And we'll go back to the tavern, where tavern music is a-playing. And Isolde sort of walks out of this kind of profound moment and into a room full of loud people talking, chewing food, and sees her two more alcoholic friends binge drinking at the bar at 2 p.m.
I guess Taryn and
I haven't
Dan
been
probably.
drinking per se. Just
Taryn's just moved to another booth.
Good morning.
good morning. I don't know what your plan was, but we should probably go try to see the queen before she kills us for disrespecting her.
Has anyone seen Missile? There's not a library here, is there?
Sitting next to the three of us, Bowser, where are you at?
Yeah, I haven't moved my little character, but yeah, I'm with you guys.
Okay.
Master Missile, the last I checked, was sleeping rather soundly. It did not appear he would be up for quite some time.
Even if you were awake, it would be best that he didn't come.
Maybe we should leave him a note and then head out.
Yeah. Conversation will be delicate, and he has no tact.
Yeah. It's generally not our strong suit anyway.
I'm still looking at DeMarcus after the comment that he made
Which one?
about us disrespecting the pirate queen.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, Missile would almost certainly disrespect the Pirate Queen.
Almost certainly. And not notice.
Is Isolde looking at DeMarcus angrily, confusedly, searching?
Almost expectantly, like he's going to explain why that's the case, that she would kill us for disrespecting her.
Even if DeMarcus looked at you, even if he saw you looking at him, like, expecting clarification about that, I don't think that he would I don't think that he would ask or be surprised that you were looking at him that way, because he just assumes that, like, you don't know how royalty stuff works at all, you know?
Mm-hmm. So, we are going then without Master Missile.
I think it would be best.
I suppose. I will go see if he's awake, and I will leave him a note.
Isolde, as you're walking across the room, you can't help but notice that on the far left side of the room is a figure in a very large hat watching you walk, and the second you make eye contact, he does the kind of like, come over here and chat with me thing.
I think she would go upstairs and leave a note, and then come back downstairs. And
Okay.
go over to him.
Is Missile still asleep when she goes upstairs?
Yeah, he probably wouldn't notice.
Got it. So, as you approach, Benji stands up and takes off his hat and gives a very large bow. And he says, "That's for your performance last night. Some high-quality entertainment."
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And he
I'm not
turns...
used to that.
Oh, yeah. He turns to the guy next to him, who's kind of gruff-looking, and he goes, "Get out of here. I'm done with you." And the guy kind of mopes and walks away. And he goes, "Very well. Have a seat, if you will."
I will take that person's seat.
And he gets kind of hushed and leans in and says, "So I hear you're interested in getting to that island."
Where did you get that information?
Benji has his sources. And he winks at you.
I look unimpressed.
He is very offended that you didn't look impressed. He says, "Well, either way, I would like to make an offer to you."
Alright.
I am the current owner of that island.
What do you mean, owner?
I mean, I own the deed to that island.
And the pirate queen controls who goes on and off your property?
Oh, it's just a matter of time before she's not in the picture, and then my royal rights will be respected.
You are royalty.
Well, I mean, more or less.
I'm not surprised, you're quite charming.
He really lights up at that. "I thought you hadn't noticed." And then he kind of flourishes his hat.
So... And she also kind of lowers her voice. You expect that the queen won't be a problem for very long?
With the way she goes about business, I imagine she won't last, more than a couple of weeks.
And who would this problem solver be that would take care of that?
He leans in and says, "Well, that's for Benji to know."
Ah. So, you own the island that I would like to explore. And are you expecting something in exchange for passage to this island?
Well, I can get you there, but you would have to do a favor for me. In addition, if you want to purchase the island, that would be something else entirely.
To purchase the island.
Indeed.
And how much is the asking price?
He kind of uncrosses his legs and gets closer and says, "Currently, 10,000 gold."
And ownership of this island... It doesn't seem like it would be legally enforceable in a place like Luskin, so what power is a piece of paper?
Depends on who's in power.
I see. I do like that suggestion.
Still, though, if you're interested in getting there, I can help with that as well. Whatever the Queen's gonna ask of you, it won't be worth it.
And the passage to the island, you said a favor. What favor?
Well, somebody has something, and it belongs to me, and I want it back. I would simply ask you to relieve them of it.
It couldn't be that simple. You would do it yourself. You're very capable.
Very true. But if the leader of the Obsidian Tide breaks into the hideout of the Frost Sails, then a war breaks out between the Frost Sails and the Obsidian Tide, and frankly, I can't have that.
I see. And what is the object?
Well, the object itself is in a crate, which will be clearly marked, so you needn't bother yourself with what it is. Just that you can find it.
Is it dangerous?
No.
Insight check.
Go for it. You can tell that he's telling a half-truth.
Hmm.
And he reads that you're not satisfied with that, and he says, "Very well. It's not dangerous yet."
Not dangerous yet. Hmm.
He can tell that you're hesitant, and he says, "Very well. If you must know, it's the egg of a griffin. Mine by rights. I purchased it. Stolen by those stupid frost sails."
Interesting. Alright. I will speak to my crew. I do appreciate your offer. I hope you know.
If you tell the queen about this, she'll kill all of us. And then he smiles, and he lifts up his eye patch and winks with that eye. And then flourishes with his hat and walks away.
She smiles and goes back to join the rest of the group. I think we all need to have a bit of a meeting, perhaps in one of these booths or in one of our rooms upstairs. Judging by, like, how much of the conversations of other people we can hear, are the booths more or less private?
Yeah, I will say, just for the sake of narrative purpose, and because I don't have like a room scene prepared for you, the booths are all but entirely private. Like, basically, they're completely soundproof.
Alright.
That, like, unless we have missiles shouting.
Yeah, yeah. Like if you whisper in the booth, nobody can hear you except for by magical means.
She would call everyone over into this room then. The blue room.
The blue room.
It was always fashionable.
Like my wife said, he is an asshole. So.
So, it is our plan today to go and speak to the Queen. And I think we need to be very clear about our position before we go. I've just received a bit of a proposition from the leader of the Obsidian Tide. So, first of all, Benji owns the island where the host tower is. The island that we're trying to go and explore, the ruins. Of course, that doesn't matter very much when the Pirate Queen is in control. But it is something for us to keep in mind. Not for us to purchase, but it is certainly possible that the guild can purchase the island. And that is a magic message that I will have to send and negotiate. Secondly, he has offered us a way to get onto the island. There is a task that he wants us to perform for him, getting a stolen griffin egg back from one of the other factions. And it seems rather doable. So I want us to be aware that there are other options that don't involve flirting with the Queen. It had previously seemed like the best option, but I am no longer sure that that is the case.
Taryn nods and says, Gilgamesh also offered us, or hinted that he had a job. I don't know what the payment would be. I thought it better to explore those options after our meeting with the Queen. But a deal with Gilgamesh may be on the table as well.
That is good news. And the Gilgamesh's group is not the one that stole this item from Benji, so helping one would not alienate us to the other if you are interested in getting to know Gilgamesh more. And she looks at him kind of in like a very empathetic manner, like she wouldn't want to ruin that opportunity for him.
He nods and goes, I don't know how interested I am in him, but I may learn something through doing this. But it is clearly a lower priority than the quest.
No reason that both can't be done.
Indeed.
What about the rest of you?
Marcus says, we are actually the hottest commodities on town with very little allegiance and proving ourselves in the pit. Everyone's going to be vying for us to work with them and they'll all be making offers, so we should do whatever allows us to as safely and quickly accomplish our task here and get out as fast as we can. For now, the Queen seems to own the island. Everyone else will make counter offers and we'll just have to do what makes the best sense after we find everything out.
About the Queen, I don't know if I can trust her outright, but I don't think I'd be able to trust anyone else here either. But it seems like there's more risk with the Queen.
I feel like she's more likely to get bored and murder us, or try to.
I don't think we should be trying to find any friends here, per se. We should assume that everyone would do the same.
I think that's a fair assessment, but I think the Queen has certainly proven to us that even the fighters that she likes the most, she likes better when they're dead.
Well, being an evil ruler of an evil place, I think would turn even Benji into the same kind of thing if he occupied the position she does. One would have to be as monstrous and evil to rule this place. Anybody else comes with the job, I would think.
Well, so far, Benji hasn't requested any public executions, so I think it is a good bet. Perhaps better so than the Queen, but we will see what she has to say.
Fortunately, we must see what she has to say. If we don't arrive today, then she will be insulted, and we will be in an enormous amount of trouble.
Agreed. I think it might be nice if we... I don't know. made a gesture, some sort of gesture.
We won't just need to be clear about our position with the Queen, but our history. Everyone's going to start asking who we are and where we come from, and we should be able to communicate that in a way that makes sense, doesn't divulge too much.
Well, the cover that we were given is that we are a group of adventurers. We are looking for coin, and I suppose if there is question of why we are interested in the island, there are things there that have not yet been explored, right? The tower has supposedly magical artifacts and creatures to kill, and that is what we do.
Very good. Where did we meet?
Well, I think it's pretty clear that we're all from different places, so perhaps along the road, but down in Tethyr, certainly. Other than myself.
Be best if we stay as close to the truth as possible, but while leaving out everything about the guild.
Alright. Well, we met in Firedrake Bay then. It is a place that we know. I think we have all been there. And it is a little less conspicuous than saying we are all adventurers from Must.
That works. Opposed to saying we're adventurers from Milestone. We'll just have to try to keep ourselves away from the guild.
Do we know if there were, like, other independent adventurers running around in Milestone?
You might have learned of some if you had bothered to, like, investigate, but you guys didn't really do a lot of, like...
Cold.
I mean, as characters, too, not just as players, but, like, as characters, you guys didn't, like, go out into Milestone and, like, seek out information. You guys kind of stayed in your bubble.
Yeah.
Would Johoff have known as part of the crabs?
Probably not, because you did most of your stuff was pertained to that. And you guys didn't really hire adventuring groups for much, because they were, you know, you couldn't trust them to keep their mouths shut.
Makes sense.
DeMarcus would add, not entirely sure if Porter's been telling people any details about us either. Hopefully not. I would assume not, but some people may already think we're from Milestone if he's said enough.
Well, then Milestone is fine enough. And if people ask if we are from the guild, then we'll have to lie. I think, I don't know. I'm not the best liar, but perhaps someone who has a better poker face than I do can be the one to answer if that question comes up.
But we should all be ready to speak and tell our story if she calls on us individually.
Agreed.
I plan to tell her everything about me except that I worked for the guild in Milestone and that I'm currently working with the guild.
Everything about you.
Everything.
Why?
I want her to discern that I'm lying. If she finds out that I'm a disgraced knight of Queen Sybil's court in Tethyr and a disgraced paladin of the Knights of the Eternal Order, it would probably make me more valuable to her, to be honest with you. So if she goes looking into anything, she would find out that I'm not lying when I say those things.
Alright.
Otherwise, my mannerisms of a courtly sense wouldn't really make sense to her.
I suppose that's true. I am only hesitant in that I'm afraid that she might find you too valuable. And, I don't know. Try to persuade you one way or the other.
I believe she most certainly will.
She kind of looks at you for a long second, and then looks back to the rest of the group. So, are we ready to go then?
Sure. Taryn nods.
Last call on, is Missile waking up for this or no?
Actually, if possible, at some point, Missile would like to continue sleeping in, and then upon waking up and seeing that the crew has left, he's got some things he wants to do.
Okay.
Cool.
So I'll cut to
That's
the
right.
group heading out on
Yeah.
the town, and I will throw you.
He's got some medications to go pick up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have no idea what you're
Our
talking about.
pharmacy.
Google Dungeons and Dragons drugs for Dylan's character. I feel like we're heading back towards the Thistle.
He never really left, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's because it's always been Dylan. Okay. It's been Dylan.
I feel
the
like
whole
when
time.
this is over, this campaign's over, we need to do like a prequel campaign where we're all just the Thistle brothers, like
Oh yeah.
in like a teenage gnome drama type of
Yeah,
deal.
man. We got Whistle, we got Gristle, we got Bristle.
I call Bristle.
I want to be Gristle, the old Monster Hunter Ranger.
Which one will you play, Dylan? That's the problem we have here.
I got too many, man. I got too many.
I'll clearly play whichever one gets along with whichever one you pick the least well.
All right. So you guys head out of the Frozen Rudder, and it's not too far of a walk since the Frozen Rudder is sort of in the center of town, and this island is, almost visible from the. I mean, it is really visible from your inn once you go out and look the right direction. And you get to the island, and basically the way this is set up is that there is a bridge that leads. Let me see map. Just make sure I say this right. I just tried to load two scenes at the same time. Alright. There's a bridge that leads from the mainland of Luskin. I guess I can load that map right now if you want to see that. And it leads across the water to Kurth, which is the name of this fortress that the queen lives in. And then if you cross another bridge, that will lead you to the island that has the Host Tower of the Arcane, which is now in ruins, and then the ruins of Ilusk, which you guys know from your books, or at least Missile knows from his books. Anyways, as you're crossing the bridge, this is what you see. Sort of in the distance, you can see kind of what remnants of a tower, but in front of you is a very fortified-looking old structure that looks like it's been sort of renovated to be refortified so that it's not falling apart. The bridge you're crossing is very old. It dates back to Ilusk, and the statues are so old that they're like worn down, so that you can't even recognize the faces, and the nameplates have long been completely worn down. So it's a bunch of faceless figures in almost indiscriminate poses, but that's what you see as you cross this bridge. There's not much traffic on this bridge, as it leads solely to kind of the fortress of the queen, and only people who have business with her cross it. And it leads you to this. As you approach the gates, they swing wide open, and standing in the courtyard is one of those women, one of those identical twin women who normally stands next to the queen, and she stands sort of waiting for you to approach, and then turns her back and starts walking, like kind of indicating for you to follow her. Sorry. As you make your way into the courtyard, you see all around you a number of the Queen's people sort of standing, not really on guard, but just kind of at the ready, kind of talking to each other, not minding you, but as you come in, they all look up and do notice that you're here. And you get the feeling that they're not really like on guard duty or anything like that, but they're just, they happen to live here. And she walks in and sort of walks past these tables full of food, and you get the feeling that you're supposed to follow her deeper into this keep. And as you approach, she comes up and stands next to the Queen, who is sitting sort of cross-legged on the throne, sort of twirling around a little gauntlet in her hands, or a little goblet, sorry, which is now empty. And she kind of looks you over, says, "Well, took you long enough."
As soon as DeMarcus would walk in, he would actually like kneel in front of her, and after she says that, he would apologize and say, "Very sorry, it was late last night and we needed our rest."
Yes, well, I suppose you earned it. And she still kind of looks over all of you and says, "You're not all here. Where's the little one?"
Oh,
He's still...
Sorry, go ahead, Izzy. Yeah.
Oh, he's still resting. He's our oldest member, and it takes a lot out of him to do the sort of things that you saw in the pit, you know.
And she kind of looks as though she's calculating something in her head, and then sort of turns back towards you, her eyes kind of intensely looking, and she says, "Very well. I'm curious. Do you have any interest in, or what is your interest in Luskin?"
Can I insight check that weird intense look she just gave us? Is she trying to fight us?
No, she's not trying to fight you. You don't have to have it.
Okay.
She just was sort of away in her thoughts, thinking about something, and then she kind of refocused. But her look is always kind of intense.
Okay.
No.
Sorry, she asked what our purpose in Luskin was?
Yeah, what brings you to Luskin?
We are here to explore, to see the town. We had never seen it before, and there are rumors of interesting things going on here.
So she is going to insight you.
I mean, that's kind of truthful.
And, oh, that's not working. Oh well. That's fine. And she says, "Out with it. There's more to what you said." Assuming, I guess technically you could roll deception if you feel like trying to deceive her actively.
I guess so. By the way, we can't see your rolls.
Oh yeah.
If that's intentional, that's
yeah,
fine.
I think that's by design in this scene. Okay. So, she seems to read through you.
Well, we are particularly interested in the ruins, if that's what you mean. And gold, but it seems like that is something thrown around in fighting pits here, so...
And she likes that you talked about the ruins. She kind of smirks and says, "Ah, another treasure hunter. I can't say I'm surprised."
Are there many other treasure hunters here?
Many have come for my blessing to investigate those ruins. Many have failed to achieve it, and those who have achieved it have not all come back.
May I ask about the ones that failed to achieve your blessing? Perhaps there are some mistakes we will avoid repeating.
Well, to put it simply, they didn't, either they didn't ask the right questions, or... And she kind of pauses. She says, they didn't accomplish the task I set out for them.
Oh. What would you have us do?
Well, having seen what you accomplished in the pits, I imagine, you're capable of a great deal. I, have a very special request. One that, I may only ask in private. Which of you is, the leader of this group?
I am.
Very well. Will you join me? I have something to ask of you in private.
Do you mind if my automaton friend joins with me?
She looks at him and says, very well. And she walks down her throne very elegantly, and sort of walks past the group, signaling for you to follow her.
I'll exchange a glance with Damon and get him to come with me.
So as as you walk this direction, you walk into a room which looks kind of like a nice dining room with very fine furniture. Sitting in one of the chairs is a man with a staff who looks very nicely dressed, and she pulls out a key and unlocks the door and walks in and goes and sits in front of her desk. And the kind of nicely dressed man with a staff sort of nods at her as she walks past, sort of acknowledging her. And she turns to Damon and says, please, close the door.
David does so wordlessly.
And she looks at Isolde and says, it's always good to see a woman in charge.
Yes, agreed. It was nice to hear that Luskin had a queen.
She smiles. And she says, yes. I would like to speak to you about that. I have a very personal mission that I would ask that you carry out. Upon carrying it out, I would be happy to give you permission to the island. In fact, depending on how successful you are, I might even give you the island.
It's very generous.
You don't know what I'm asking yet.
No, but it is nice to hear such a generous offer.
Yes, well, it's fair. And she sort of looks around the room, trying to figure out how to ask this question, and she turns to you and says, are you familiar with the Isle of Gunderlin?
I've heard of it, yes. I've never been there.
Yes. Well, My father currently resides there, and he has no intent of coming back to Luskin, and I have no intent in bringing him back. But his existence is a problem for me. As long as he lives, my authority will always be in question in Luskin. I don't need to tell you that my father is an evil man. He has done terrible, terrible things. And yet, I need him dead. And so I ask you, would your group be willing to do what it takes to kill the Pirate King of Luskin?
I can see what you mean about that being a very personal request.
Indeed.
May I ask, the king has no intent of returning, and forgive me, but as far as I've seen here, you are very well respected. Who is it that would deny you authority here?
For a long time, Luskin has been ruled by a singular pirate monarch. As it stands now, I fear that the various groups are starting to conspire against me. If word gets out that, there is a weakness on the throne, they might strike in unity, in which case it might be, it could be a bloodbath. And I will tell you that there are a number of people who are still loyal to my father. And, as long as they remain loyal to him, they are not loyal to me. And I need them on my side.
I see. And how long has he lived in Gunderlin?
It has been 10 years.
So that is the last that you saw him?
No. I went to visit him about 4 years ago.
And did he seem the same as he was at the height of his power?
Yes. Unfortunately.
What is keeping him in Gunderlin?
A number of things. But, he calls it his retirement.
Well, it seems a shame that a man could retire and still maintain his power.
Yes.
I certainly understand your request. I will, of course, have to speak to the rest of my party. It would be another voyage, to get across to the island.
The voyage we could cover. All the logistics would be covered on our end, and if you find yourself no longer interested in owning the island, then perhaps we could pay you out for what is owed to you. And she would say, "Does 40,000 gold seem fair?"
More than fair. Again, your generosity is quite impressive.
My ask is very large.
Oh, I think we are up to the task. Is there a particular timeline for this?
Well, the particulars of it would determine the timeline. Every week, a shipment is sent to the Isle of Gunderlin from Luskin. And every week, that shipment makes its way into the abode of my father. If you would like to go, that shipment leaves in 2 days.
Well then, I suppose I will speak to the rest of the group and give you your answer within the next 24 hours or so. If that is alright with you.
Yes. That would be fine. And Isolde,
Yes.
if you tell anyone about this, I will kill everyone you know.
Of course.
And she smiles, kind of weirdly warmly after that.
I'm smiling back.
And she kind of gestures towards the door and says, "You and your friends are welcome to enjoy the food. We have prepared it for you. And if you need anything from my people, do not hesitate to reach out. And I expect to hear from you soon."
Thank you. And she will bow and exit the room.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing, awkwardly standing in this large room with, like, these kind of figures watching you?
Marcus is eating. That's what he does now.
Okay, yeah. That's his thing.
Yeah. Somebody's got to do it. There's nobody's got a healthy appetite in this crew.
It's true.
Taryn's just kind of like picking at food and like keeping an eye on the four people and those four people and like awkwardly looking at them a little bit longer than is normal. And
Yeah.
moving on to the next one.
Yeah, so as you look between the two ladies here that usually stand on either side of the queen, the one thing you notice is that you literally cannot tell the difference between the two of them. Like, they are so identical that it's like a little bit frustrating to your brain. Do you guys say anything to anybody, or you just chill?
Joe off is gonna drink. I assume there's ale available.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And just kind of stare off into space.
Okay. Yeah, it's like the best ale you've ever had. It's better than the Mirabar stuff.
Fuck yeah.
Show off mood noticeably improved.
No.
Okay.
Vosner, I guess we'll just kind of pick at things, see if there are any vegetables around.
Yeah, there are. There are nicely cooked vegetables.
Nice. I just kind of take a couple and shove them in my pocket. For Paco.
Okay. Do you stay around for a while? What's the vibe here? What does Isolde and Damon do what did they do when they come out?
I think after that last comment, she would probably look a bit pale, but she comes out and doesn't really say anything. She just sits down for food.
So, what's happened?
I guess she would say, the Queen has encouraged us all to enjoy the feast here. And then when Vosner asks her that, she would say, the Queen has made a private request of us. It is not something to discuss here. We should enjoy ourselves.
Okay.
And she'll start eating.
Is there anything you guys would like to do here before you cut to leaving?
These doors on the other side of the room, are they closed?
Yeah.
I guess as we're like walking through, she's gonna count how many people she sees as they're
Yeah.
exiting.
Okay. So it's however many that you can see on your screen is how many are visible to you.
Okay.
But just from looking around, you get the feeling that this is a pretty large fortress, capable of housing dozens of people, if not more. Though you don't know how many are actually filling this place.
Yeah.
For the duration, Demarcus would have been like looking at all like the iconography and all the symbols and trying to see if he could discern anything of like a historical nature or even a religious nature out of any of it.
Yeah, roll history for me. Yeah. You can discern that this is a fortress from. This is like a 1,000-year-old building, at least, if not more. Like the original stones of it are ancient, and that this thing has probably seen, 50 empires.
Sweet.
Yep.
What is the morale of the people? Do they seem, I don't know.
Professional.
Okay.
They are sort of like, they're not unhappy. They seem like they like being part of this group, I guess. They're not like jovial. They're not like, hey, so glad to have you here. But neither are they like,
Welcome to.
yeah. So it's very neutral.
She was
Welcome
looking
to the
mostly
castle,
to see if they
guys.
were. Yeah, it's just the Monty Python crew. She was looking to see mostly if they were like all acting a bit afraid.
No, they're not living in fear or anything.
Okay.
Where to next? Back
Well,
to
I think we should return and get Missile, because he's definitely exactly where we left him.
Okay, so
Of course.
I'll cut to you guys heading back, I guess, and then the question is, what does Missile do?
I was hoping Missile would have woken up while they were at that shindig. So if they're so are they? So would we be able to retcon that? So
No. Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I'm saying you're out and about. Where are you going?
Yeah, he's gonna go, of course, to the Red Dragon Inn.
Yeah.
But he's gonna wake up very late in the day and feel like fresh, but nonetheless still very heavy and kind of bags under his
Yeah.
eyes. So it's like he's in good health, but he's carrying a lot of weight. And he'll hobble down and scoff at the infernal racket of the bard, and he'll pick Morty up, and then he'll head out to the Red Dragon Inn.
Okay. Yeah. Let me create something real quick. So here's what we'll do. I do want to make it sort of quick because we're running out of time, and honestly, I kind of want to know what you guys discussed to figure out what to prep for next week. So I'm gonna say that you show up to the Red Dragon Inn, and the lady's there at the bar, and you just go up and ask for what you asked for.
Yeah.
Okay, so she passes a little pouch in front of you and says, "It's 80 gold."
Could you repeat? I'm sorry.
It's 80 gold.
80 gold.
Yes.
I'm afraid I've only brought 70 with me.
She looks at you like you're full of shit.
He stares at her.
And she says, she hands it to you and she says 70, but next time it's 90.
Very well, very well. And he'll give her 80 gold.
And she just pockets it like she didn't notice that there was an extra 10.
You should count that, my friend.
70 gold. It checks out.
Well, but it is 80, you see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's already in her pocket.
All right. So it goes.
And let me throw it in your inventory.
Yeah. And he'll say, "Thank you very much. I'm sure you'll be seeing me again."
It's under consumables. Don't say it out loud because people might look it up. It's a thing from the game. So I will.
Gotcha.
We'll go over the details and I'll program it into the game later. But yeah.
Stellar. And so says, "Thank you. You'll see me again." And he leaves. And comes back, and maybe he can intercept the squad when they come in. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll say that you walk in at the exact same time as them.
Okay. Right, and then to the squad, you see me as I described. I look well rested, but as though I'm heavy laden with something.
You're walking in at the same time that we are?
Sure, or shortly after you've come in. Maybe you've just taken your seats and the door opens and I come in with my walking stick and Morty behind me.
Marcus is looking at you in a clearly suspicious way and he asks, "Where have you been?"
I've been here.
Just walked in from outside.
Oh yes, here in Luskin.
Of course.
And all of you, I got your note. How is the Pirate Queen?
DeMarcus looks at Isolde.
We were just about to discuss that, actually.
Good! I'll have a seat then.
So, we've been asked to do... Oh, sorry. We've been asked to do a task for the Pirate Queen. And she has offered us passage to the island, or she said ownership of the island, or 40,000 gold pieces in exchange for this task. And it seems rather straightforward, if not very difficult. She wants us to kill her father, the Pirate King.
We know anything about him?
Only that he is very powerful.
Is he as evil as she is?
As far as I know, more so. He is responsible for almost eliminating the Red Axe clan.
What do we think?
I think it would be exceptionally dangerous, much more so than the other tasks. It would, you can tell that she's like really having a hard time expressing this. It would, I think, satisfy a bit of vengeance that I have been thinking about. But that is not a good reason to do anything.
No. But if we survive long enough, it may even improve our relationship with the Red Axes even more, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Worth something.
Taryn kind of clears his throat and says, Gilgamesh may also be on the bidding for our services. It might be good to learn what he wants before we make any decisions.
Yes, I told her that we would tell her in the next 24 hours or so. The next boat doesn't leave for 2 days, so I think probably tonight we should speak with Gilgamesh. If he takes up his usual table.
Alright, Taryn kind of nods and goes, depending on what he says, it may be the wisest choice to just go along with the queen. I didn't get a good read of him, but it doesn't seem he's overly interested in the island. So his job may not be as related or as interrelated to the intrigue around her, or the pirate queen and her father.
I think that there is a way that we could do this that would benefit all of our interests. If we manage to kill the Pirate King, and we ask the Pirate Queen for passage, and for the 40,000 gold, we could take that, and if Benji is correct that the factions are moving against the Queen, then perhaps the Queen would also be taken care of. And I think it would be only fair for Benji to get the full price for his island, which we would be able to pay with a portion of that 40,000 gold.
What? Do we need the island?
We might. It is, of course, where the portal is located, so
Yeah.
I think the guild would prefer to have control over it.
There are many contingencies in the plan. If we kill the Pirate King, perhaps it upsets the political balance here and the Queen won't be upset. She'll maintain her power. We don't even know if people will recognize that Benji is the rightful owner of the island to sell in the first place.
Well,
Find these things out.
That
Why
doesn't
don't we
change
just-
the fact that he is.
Is he?
I mean, as far as I'm aware, he has the deed to the island. It just isn't recognized since the Pirate Queen owns everything.
Why would it be recognized if someone else took power?
I think we might be getting ahead of ourselves.
I think that might be where we need to be. There's a lot going on here. But I think you're right, Taryn. Perhaps we start with the first thing.
Why does this lady want her old man bumped off anyway?
It is a problem of contested authority.
Doesn't seem that way to me. He ain't here.
That's what I said. He hasn't been here in 10 years, apparently. But she said that with him still alive, technically she has not taken the throne. It is a traditional pirate monarchy, and so there are many that don't acknowledge her leadership, if that's the word you would use.
Well, it ain't my city, so I don't really give a fuck. But I have to say, not particularly excited about the idea of giving anybody the right to absolute rule in a city.
Yes, I'm maybe not as familiar with monarchies as Demarcus is. But it would make a lot more sense to me if somehow the factions were able to unify and divide up power among them, but I don't really know how things work here.
I think that worrying about the political situation here might be a little above our pay grade. It's probably going to be shit regardless. We should just focus on what we have to do.
Now, part of my frustration with the Queen is that even if we were to kill the Pirate King, and she gave us, as she says, ownership of the island, I'm not sure how long that would be honored if she were to find out what is on the island. Whereas other...
You cut out, Laura. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you.
Laurel,
Yeah,
cut
Laurel.
out.
Come back.
R.I.P. Laurel.
Our captain has gone mute.
It's a spell. Roll for initiative.
Must be some dark magic present. DeMarcus begins leering at Missile.
Hey, sorry.
You're fine.
Where did I cut out?
It's right at the end of what you're saying.
Oh, good.
Oh, I must have
What was
went
the
on
response?
for a long time.
Huh?
Unless you kept going on.
You
He
said
said
we got
that
one.
we would have to worry about the Pirate Queen essentially going back on her word once they found out what was there.
Yeah.
We should keep that in mind. Maybe making a deal with the Pirate Queen wouldn't end up being a deal in the end.
I doubt any of these potential rulers of Luskin would be any more honest than she.
Marcus nods and says, I agree with everything that Taryn is saying about this place.
Might there be a way for us to avoid the political contrivances we see here and perhaps sneak onto the island to get what we need and let the political turmoil unfold as it does, and once the dust settles, then we can determine how to move forward?
Certainly. I mean, the sneaking onto the island is, I guess, aided by the faction members, but it could be as simple as doing a favor and gaining passage, but there are a lot of risks. It might draw a lot of conflict.
Seems equally risky to embark on a journey to Gunderland to kill a king and return without any certainty that we'll be given what we need.
Have we
Correct.
considered killing the leaders of all the factions and installing ourselves as the tyrants of the city?
Marcus laughs.
Johan's
Just looks
eyes
at you
lighten
like
up
that's-
for the first time.
Taryn, I think you fail to appreciate the risk of killing 4 leaders as opposed to simply 1. I simply don't understand why you propose something so outrageous.
I mean, once you get the first one out of the way, like...
Marcus says, that's right, but no matter what, the cost of getting on the island is going to be high.
At this point, do we know about the Benji offer?
yeah, she's told you guys.
At this point, it seems easier to steal an egg than kill a king.
Stealing the egg would put us afoul with the queen.
Not only that, but as unappealing as the Queen's offer is, it is also the one that seems to come with the greatest risk of turning down.
That's true.
So, how shall we decide?
I think if we do the Queen's offer, we may not know the full ramifications of it, but getting rid of her father will be a good regardless.
Agreed.
But at least until we talk to Gilgamesh again, my vote is for the Queen's mission.
I think you are right, Terran. I think perhaps when we speak to Gilgamesh, and perhaps if we see Benji again, we should ask them what would happen if the king died.
I think that would raise way too much suspicion. I don't think we have anybody here who's subtle enough to work that into conversation without announcing to the world that the Queen plans to murder her father.
We're not talking about regicide, after all.
I suppose it would be pretty bad, though, if we killed the king and it changed all of the factions.
This town is doomed anyway.
I just love DeMarcus's optimism.
She kind of rolls her eyes a little bit. Alright, well, why don't we at least get a drink and see if Gilgamesh shows up?
Indeed. Let's do that.
Drinks in Luskin, let's do it.
See if we can get into a pit battle again after we get wasted.
Yep. So, the captain gives you get more rounds. It's another 7 gold from the pot. At this rate, you guys are eventually gonna go broke. I suppose you just earn yourself some padding with the pit fighting. But...
Yeah, the bank account is full of things like beer estimate, 50 gold.
I expect
That's why we
very
need that,
strict accounting later.
Yeah, drinking debts. We gotta go kill the king.
You do know that
40,000 will...
Gilgamesh is in the room. Like, he is up at his table.
Oh.
I've got to run, but I'd probably want to start next time with talking to him.
Okay.
So I won't know what you guys are gonna do until...
Yeah, what we're trying to say is just prep all of it so we can decide next week.
Great.
I mean, if it's not like competing, we could do both, right? In theory.
I will tell you right now that the timetable will be competing.
Okay, cool.
Well, I'm trying to think of a way to make this easier for John. Maybe this is something that we should talk about throughout the week?
Could we, spare the RP and then just, in text what Gilgamesh offers and then negotiate over text or Discord?
I feel like that would be a little bit ruining it.
Fair enough.
Okay. Well, then we will start with the Gilgamesh conversation next week.
Okay, I will prep all the things.
Alright, see you guys.
Later.
See ya, bye.
So yeah.
That went well, Nobody died, really.
Tense.
No one
So
died this
much
time.
tension.
Oh.